My mic is muted. That's awkward. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Welcome to today. That is Saturday. Sammy, congratulations on first. E, congratulations on second. I'm doing. I am definitely feeling better, but still like out of it. It's very weird. Like, I don't know how to describe what it is. It's like death has come upon me and I have become one with death. Something like that. Game Devable, congratulations on third. I'm really not sure. But today what we're gonna do is, I was thinking about it yesterday and I was like, all right, what is like the easiest thing that we can start doing? So for third, sounds fair. And I think the easiest thing we're gonna start doing is working on the actual lobby scene, because we're gonna have to block it out anyways. So I'm thinking we block out the lobby scene, see how that works, see if we can kind of start getting the base layout done, so that then we can send it over to Ika, and then Ika has something to like work with. And then we can start looking at the multiplayer refactor stuff, because I'm still like, I'm still torn between RPC versus the synchronizers. It's like, the synchronizers make sense. I still have Realm Rapture on 2 devices. Better save those devices, Sammy, because those will be worth millions in the future. Yeah, so it's tough. The whole node system with doing it, you're torn. Obviously the best choice is peer-to-peer. Game Devil, we're talking about how do you, we're talking about not the difference between peer-to-peer, peer-to-server, that kind of stuff. We're talking about the actual deep mechanics of multiplayer and how we are going to utilize that. So in simpler terms, we now have 2 ways of doing it. There's the standard way throughout all ENET, throughout all multiplayer stuff, which is RPC, remote procedure calls. You should use Godot. I heard that's pretty good. And then we have the Godot's multiplayer, high-level multiplayer API, which is let's do multi-API. That's a capital P, ignore that. API. Scrap everything and move to Unity. Absolutely not. You see Slay the Spire 2, a Godot game, has reached over 500k concurrent players. I did. Yeah, I saw briefly about Slay the Spire 2 coming out, and they are absolutely crushing it. I don't remember much about it, though. I saw that they're crushing it, though. I think their game, like, when I say crushing it, I mean they are crushing it. I think is it 500k concurrent? And then on top of that, the game itself is like $20. That's absurd. That's absurd levels. I saw it too, but I don't like it. Wait, what don't you like? Yeah, slay this. Look at that. Full banner from Megacrit. Jesus. 25 bucks. 25 bucks. And they have how many concurrent? Let's look up Steam DB. Slay the Spire 2. And let's also take into account how much is that actually going to Godot? Probably 0. I don't know though. I don't know. Maybe they'll do a little bit. Let's pull out the good old handy dandy calculator here. So let's just take the in-game currently. Or actually, let's just see what their projected is. That's not the right thing. Okay, all-time peak, that's Twitch stats. We'll just take their all-time peak because I don't think they even have the data for what they think yet for how many people got it. So if we take 526,793 times $25, $13 million on the low end. Of course, minus 30% for Steam, minus all the cuts for everything else. By the way, I asked AI about the art I did for Astro Yoinkers, and it told me that normally it would cost around 10,000 to 60,000. Yeah, so it depends. It depends. So for example, a model in World of Warcraft, that would be comparable to about $25,000 ish, somewhere around that level. There's a lot of different factors that come into play with it, but yeah. I would be careful with listening to AI like word for word. I would be a little careful. Yeah. No, what I'm saying is that we're doing a good job. Oh yeah, no, for sure. Because that thing you're looking at, Slay the Spire. I'm gonna say something horrible. Nobody get mad at me, but I completely agree with Ika. I do not like the looks of Slay the Spire. I think it's an ugly game. I think it looks cheap. Looks like a children's game. But I've never played it. So I would assume it's a pretty fun game. I also believe Slay the Spire itself had a cult-like following similar to like a Hollow Knight type deal, if I remember correctly. I believe that's correct. Oh wait, that's the music. Slay the Spire. And they kept the pricing. Oh, they didn't change the graphics at all. Oh wow. That's interesting. Why change what works? That's fair. Why change what works? That's a good point. It's a very good point. Yeah, I don't know. I would assume this is a pretty fun game, just because like it looks like it's like a roguelike deck builder type deal. Yeah. And I think they were one of the first to fuse these categories as well. Yeah. I mean, don't get me wrong. I'm sure it's a fun game. I personally am not a fan of the visuals of it. That's like a big turn off for me. It just like, this looks killer. This looks cool. And then all of a sudden you go from this to this. Not for me. Personally. Yeah. Still super cool. I'm happy for them. That's awesome. This looks cool. This looks pretty cool. But yeah, I think it's interesting. Again, I don't know much about the game, but they clearly know what they're doing. That's something I noticed. I was doing some research on different game studios that release a game and what it looks like. I say congrats to them and congrats to Godot. Well, I wouldn't say congrats to Godot, but I would say congrats to them. The reason I wouldn't say congrats to Godot is because you don't know if they're gonna... We don't know if Megacrit's gonna sponsor them or do anything with that. Like, for example, Rotato, I don't believe they gave any money to the Godot Foundation at all. So that kind of sucked for Godot, being a nonprofit and all that. But yeah, getting success on that is actually very impressive. Yeah, it means that the game's fun. That's really what it comes down to. The game's fun. Something I noticed though, is the way that at least indie gaming seems to work is you have a wave, right? And if your first game does really well or like performs decently, your second game is guaranteed to at least sell well. Not necessarily perform well, but sell well. Because you kind of build that trust with your audience, and then people end up really liking it. They're like, oh my God, they just released a new game. And so then they all buy it, but then it could crash and burn. Great example is 2-Star Games. Choo Choo Charles did phenomenal. Released Cuff Bust, looked phenomenal. Marketing was on point, and then that game flopped because there was nothing to it. He didn't make anything to the game. Howdy Secret, how you doing? Most of the players don't care of a game being indie or not, so you shouldn't have that in mind. That's what my thought process is. Like, I agree, except what I'm starting to find over time is that there is some element to it. There is definitely some element where there are, because I haven't been one to be an indie gamer, but there is some element to people following a studio and getting the game just because the studio made the game. There is some element to it. I don't know what that is. Gotta wait for a lot of people before I redeem play viewers game. Oh, game devable. Interesting. What are you gonna be looking for? Looking for feedback, tips, what have you? But yeah, I thought that was really interesting. So for example, if Astro Yoinkers does really well, we'll say AY. If Astro Yoinkers does really well, that means our next game is nearly guaranteed to do at least half as well. Just based off of what I've seen from other studios. Now, if we then put out another banger that is even more fun than Astro Yoinkers, now we're cooking. And so I think our second game, once you have a breakout game, my conclusion now is once you have one breakout game, your second game becomes the most important game that you could possibly have. A little scary, but super interesting. Yeah, feedback most definitely. I have a forum button in game for people to give their thoughts. Sick. Sounds cool. Sounds cool. But yeah, there is some kind of element to it where people are paying attention to who's developing the game, which is really interesting because I never thought that to be the case. Never thought that to be the case. All right, let's go to the lobby and start designing a lobby so then we can actually mess around and play with it. So I think what we want to do is change our goal over here. Make new lobby. Ugh. MTT. You were close. You were close. Let's see here. So we want to take the... Actually, let me hit play and see if that lag issue's gone. I did a lot of working on my computer. Like, a lot. And... yeah, it's already looking faster. When I... like, a lot. My RAM usage was 96%, and I had nothing open. Thank God. Thank God. Let's see if it connects. Oh, yeah. Strangest thing. Strangest thing. It was RAM usage jumped up to 96% after I ended stream. And so then I had to like figure out what's going on. It made no sense. No sense whatsoever. No processes were running. Everything was breaking. Ugh. It was just not good. Not good at all. All right, that seems to be working pretty good. Pretty good. I see it only gives me credit when I do team. Yes, as it should. As it should. Okay. Boom. Oops. Bang, bop. Cool. All right, let's jump to the lobby now. So we'll go to the main menu scene, go to our script. We will change the map to our lobby scene. Oh, it's on Steam. We don't need to worry about that right now. backend this one. So that's the eNet backend for creating a host. And then we need our lobby browser. And then in here, create eNet client. We're gonna switch it from our working lobby to this new broken lobby. Cool. So now in the broken lobby, what we'll do is we will say, I don't want to use the on-peer connected signal though. That's kind of an issue. And that's also, so this goes kind of ties back into the rework we were trying to do, where if we use the Munglo node system, we're giving up performance for ease of use. If we figure out the RPC system, then we should be good. Are you yoinking it right now? We were, but I just closed the game. So not anymore. Not anymore. Oh my lord. All right, let's see. Multiplayer peer. So I don't want to use on peer connected though. I feel like that's just not the play. Not the play at all. Let's comment that out. And let's just see what this does. I don't think it's gonna work, but we'll give it a go anyways. See what breaks. Okay, we're in the lobby. Yeah, so now it's not gonna spawn us. And it doesn't spawn us for, yeah. Okay. Close that, go here. And what do we have? Yeah. Cam is the best cameraman. Man, oh man. Okay. Clear that out. I think what I want to do is, so how bad is multiplayer to develop? Is it intimidating as most make it seem? It's different. I wouldn't say it's like, don't get me wrong. I don't want to understate it, but I don't want to overstate it either. It's different. It's definitely brain melting, mind numbing, painful, and sucks. But it's not terrible. Like it's doable. It's doable. Hope you're feeling better today. I am slightly feeling better, Captain Coder. I'm definitely a little bit better. I took a crap load of medication. I was like, I can't be doing that again. So I gave in. Took a bunch of medication, took a bunch of like vitamins and stuff. I think the biggest thing is that I just didn't eat like the past couple days at all. And I think that was a huge factor to it. Horse steroids always help me. Oh yeah, horse steroids. Don't forget the horse electrolytes. Those ones, yeah. Eat. Yeah, no, I was just so engulfed in work that I didn't take the time to eat. I was too busy. Yeah. But now I do have a better plan now. No, eat now. I just ate. No, I'm good. I just ate a little bit. Not as much as I'd like, but I did eat. I ate like 500 calories with 40 grams of protein. Something like that. Something okay. It was okay. Just beef and rice. All right, let's see. So what we want to do is we want to have a... Let's go to our multiplayer manager here. Asita. Well, let's see here. I see the Minofin. Acetaminophen. I get it. Yes. I think I took some of that. Yes. I see the minnow fin. My favorite song? Oh, I didn't even know it was a song. All right, process node, multiplayer peer connected. This is doing the connection check already. And then we're synchronizing the dictionaries. And then open it. No, I don't want to. I noticed from opening all these random links, my YouTube algorithm is starting to kind of like get off track. And I don't like that. I had to go through, start clearing out my history with all these random things I'm clicking. It's too much. It's too much. Okay, so delete those videos from your history. Well, that's what I've been doing. It's just an extra step that's a pain in the butt, you know? I'm trying to reduce all that. Reduce all of it. It's just annoying. All right, let's see. Name, team, state. Okay, so we have the player data state. I think part of me does want to go the Munglo way, just because I know it will be easier to do. But at the same time, it's kind of like it might be slower. Yeah, it's a pain. I always delete linked videos. Don't want to screw my algorithm. Yeah. I gotta highly fix mine. I ruined one of my YouTube accounts because I have a bunch of them. I ruined one of their algorithms because I was doing shorts research, and then I got like sucked into it, and it was those stupid AI videos where you have like Minecraft parkour going in the background, but they're like telling a Reddit story the whole time. I regret watching Skibidi Toilet Research on my main account. Oh, no, see, you never watch that on your main account. Never. Never. Yeah, no. No. So I don't understand what my students were talking about. I mean, I think that's fair. That's very fair. Fair research. But definitely not a main account thing. You use that as like your throwaway account stuff. Let's see. But yeah, I was looking into in terms of like other things I'm doing on the side. I'm noticing, so I'm debating on, do I want to spend, what up, no Jewel, moin. I'm debating on if I want to spend like $1,300 and get Astro Yoinkers trademarked. I don't know if that's worth it. I don't think it would be, but it would also save a headache if we do perform really well. It's a very interesting thing. Yeah, not sure about that yet. Loot boxes, nobody needs that. Definitely not. Let's see. So name string team red if ID is 1, else it's blue. Okay. I think we do. I think we do try the Munglo way. Worst case scenario, we just undo everything. So yeah, we're gonna do that. Before Munglo multiplayer rework. We're gonna try the Munglo way. I fear it's gonna be a little slower. I do. But we'll find out. So we're gonna do a new branch based off of this. Munglo multiplayer rework. Create branch. Publish branch. Okay. Let me make sure updates. Yep. Cool. All right. So what I'm gonna do here is I'm going to destroy our multiplayer. That's what I'm gonna do. Destroying multiplayer. Bam. Let me actually change the stream title too, because I realized before we do the lobby, we do have to rework multiplayer. Whoops. Multiplayer rework. There we go. Okay. What I'm going to do first is go to the project settings, go to our globals, and I'm going to disconnect our multiplayer manager here. That's the player manager. Oops. Disconnect our multiplayer manager. So that's no longer going to be a thing. Yeah. Then what I'm going to do is I'm going to make a lobby manager node. The lobby manager node is going to be, let's see, because I believe the lobby manager is the thing that's going to take into account the, yeah. Create lobby manager node, make sure it's a multiplayer spawner with itself as spawn path. Okay, what up, JD? How you doing? How goes the Drupaling? I also just read that in your voice. Hey, buddy. To start, stop, host, leave call methods. Oh dear. Okay. You look like you need some fresh air. I do. Big time. Oh, not that kind of fresh air. Oh, thank you, JD. Let me do this. And I need to do a multiplayer. One sec. Multiplayer spawner. I should make the same redeem. Ooh. Did you get a standing desk? That's awesome. These things are game changers. Absolute game changers. Except they also can get used as torture devices. Ugh. I've had a standing desk for a couple years. I'm just lazy. Ah, that's fair. That's fair. Ugh. There we go. I also have a walking pad. Oh my lord. Oh my lord. Ugh. It definitely helps. Although it's an absolute pain to set up. Absolute pain to set up. I usually walk a couple miles a day during meetings. Ooh, that's really good. That's really good. I don't know exactly how long I'm walking. No idea. Like, I could hook this up to the app so then I could actually track it. Oh, let me move this back a little bit. But like, I heard the app wasn't good to use, so I just don't bother. All right, multiplayer spawner. Let's cancel that. Mine has a little display. Mine does too. I always forget to check it. And then I have to like do the math and add it all up. And what up, Katie? How you doing? Let's do lobby manager. Set the spawn path to itself. Okay. Save this under multiplayer. Save. So what we're gonna do here is add a script to it. And this is going to be lobby manager. Now this is a bit more setup. Well, it's on you. Yeah, it is for sure. For sure. Yeah, this is gonna be rough. So it's basically doing, I didn't say take a leisurely stroll. I said take a hike faster. Listen, JD, listen. I'm still recovering from my illness. I had to end stream early. I was so just dead, sick, dying. Ooh, gross. Scarlet fever and tonsillitis. Ugh. Little kids. Kids and their sicknesses. I was unaware. Well, now you are. It means I was doing a pretty good job of hiding it. It's good. It's good. Okay, so with the lobby manager, we're basically gonna take, in that case, even faster, sweat out the demons. Oh yeah, are you feeling better? A little bit better. A little bit. Still, like, in pain and feel like I'm dying, but it's definitely more manageable. That's the thing. Okay, so I need a game state. And what this is gonna do is this is gonna handle connections, if I remember right. We're basically just reworking everything that we did, so then we can handle reconnections better. And we're not using RPCs, we're instead using all of the synchronizer stuff. So when the connection is made, there's a validation step you should use to validate the connecting game instance, if it's valid and correct. Did you feel worse as you went on? Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. It was getting to the point where it was like building up more and more and more and more. And then I finally was like, I literally cannot stream right now because one, it's like I feel terrible because I'm wasting people's time, just not performing well. And two, I'm not getting any work done at all. So it's like, I was like, all right, I need to just end stream early and try to take a nap. But then my computer exploded, so I didn't get to. And I had to try to fix that, which I did do a lot. I did a lot. Look at this. Boom. 105 gigabytes free now. That's better. That's better. RAM usage jumped up to 96% as well, so I couldn't even open Task Manager. It was a mess. Absolute mess. But yeah. It's man. I think on Wednesday I'm going to factory reset my computer and just clear everything out. I have to make sure that I back up the proper stuff, figure out what I'm backing up, because I don't want to back up the whole computer. I don't want to. I do want to just clear it out. It also helps remove like any games that are on here, so then I don't get like the feeling, because I feel the urge to play WoW, and it's like WoW is updated, it's downloaded, and so all I have to do is press the play button, and then it sucks me in. So I think that would also be very helpful. It's just don't have my games on the computer, you know? I think that would also help. Or at least that way it adds that like little point where if I go to screw up and play WoW, then it's like, oh, I have to overcome that hurdle of downloading an entire game, and yeah. Gotta have a balance though. I think it depends. I mean, people talk about balance all the time, but they never talk about where the little fulcrum point is. So it's like, it depends. Some people, they balance better here. Others, they balance when it's in this. Oh, that's on. What the heck is this one? I've never seen this one. What the heck? What did I press? Huh. Anyways, yeah, fulcrum points. How do you wind down? I sleep. That's about it. Maybe I'll read a little bit. Like, I'll read for like 10 minutes or something and then go to sleep. I'll watch a YouTube video on game development stuff. Try to stay up to date. That's about it. Once a week, I do indulge, and about once a week, I do indulge and I read One Piece. I do stay up to date on that. That's about it. So after the lobby raises a lobby event. But how is this getting validated? Like, I understand this multiplayer lobby is to separate the connection related logic from the actual game logic to make sure connections are lost or failing. Okay. To start host or join / leave a host call methods in lobby manager instance. Passwitch network port. Beegs is playing Space War. Is Beegs making a multiplayer game right now? Passwitch network port. Max clients IP. Start and stop host. Lobby manager node. To start the host or leave join host call methods. Player objects hold private public data properties that are synced with synchronizers and result in corresponding events to be raised in multiplayer player events data class. But what the heck is that? So let's go to like his nodes, for example. Oh, that's just like the actual nodes. We don't want that. We want to find his, let's see, drop in scene. Lobby member. No, it's not going to show the code, is it? No. Although this is all written in C#, I think I can still somewhat understand it enough. Connected event arguments. Namespace. So this is the multiplayer lobby. Connection arguments. And the only arguments he has is the IP address and the port. Okay. And then he has the lobby member states, or lobby state, which is offline, launching, running, connected. And then he has the members saying that they are connecting, connected, loading, disconnecting. Okay. Connecting, connected, loading, disconnecting. Okay. Let's look at the lobby manager. So what he's doing here, the lobby manager is to usher the new connections in once they are ready. Inform the game logic there's a new player ready to join the game. Okay. So this is where we'll also do our Steam stuff. So on ready, we are setting the spawn function to spawn member. And then we are giving a connected to server. Oh, okay. We're hooking up all the events or all the signals. Are you taking a hike right now? I am. I am indeed. Yes. I have been wanting to go outside and actually take a hike. You cannot take a hike and refund the points. You didn't realize you were sick? I'm sorry. No sweat, JD. It's all good. I think it's good to push yourself a little bit when you're sick. I think so. You know, because yeah. Plus we're like halfway done anyways. So we're doing the connected. Server disconnected. So what do these signals go to? On connected. Let's read that. Zoom in a bit. On connected. If debug, that's just logging stuff. Raise connection to server. If you're making him log, he's truly poor. When he's poorly. You didn't know. Better to push than lay dormant in bed the whole day, not taking care of yourself, IMO. I agree. I don't like laying in bed when I'm sick. It feels terrible. Maybe that's my own like shortcoming, but I always get that feeling like what are you doing? You're failing right now. You're a loser. How could you not work right now? And they just keep echoing in the head. And it's like, I don't want to do that. I don't want that. No, no, no. All right, let's see. It's just the difficult part is that we're doing really like, we're at the very difficult stage of stuff with like refactoring multiplayer. Before, when we were working with like when I had COVID and we still were working, it was at least easy things. So I could just like kind of have my brain like halfway off and just doing easy things for the couple days, but we don't have that luxury. No, no. No, no. Might be a workaholic. Yeah, probably. But like, it's not a bad thing. Except when you're working just to work. That's when it gets bad. But the other problem is there's always work to be done. Always work to be done. Fires when a client is started, but times out after 34 seconds. Sets the multiplayer peer to null. Okay. Get tree. Get multiplayer. Multiplayer peer. What is get multiplayer? That just removes the peer. Okay. Fires on all as a peer disconnect. I don't see. I'm very confused. So let's do an enum for backend, and we'll do enet Steam. I think that's step one. Next one, we need to do enum privacy as public private. So we'll have a couple enums here. Know what I should have done? That would have been so smart, actually, and I just thought of it now. I should have reached out to Munglo and been like, yo, Munglo, you want to do a stream together? That way you can teach me this. And then we all learn as one. That would be genius. That would be so smart. Why didn't I think of this? Why did I not think of this? Get multiplayer peer equals null. So this is the first function. So we're going to set the connections on the callable spawn member. And that's just how you set a callable in C#, I assume. So spawn member, let's look for that function. Huge collab. Absolutely. Absolutely. I do like collabing. Where is this spawn function? Oh, lobby states are also important. It's so weird looking at a different programming language. Like, I can kind of start to understand it, but it's still like this. This is just so many extra letters compared to spawn function equals spawn member. This is the Godot version here. This is the C# version. It's crazy. It's pretty much the same thing. Yeah, but it's just the extra nonsense that's added in that makes it just slightly more confusing. Slightly more. Not gonna lie, people who use this are maniacs. Use what? What is this? Oh, this as in like this. For human, yes, but for computer, I think it's more detailed equals better. Probably. Probably. They have terminal JavaScriptosis. So we'll hook up the events. And then we're not going to do an IP. Instead, we're going to do the backend. What up, Kezer? How you doing? Raise. I need to like shave. My beard's getting a little long. Small music, no copyright. Feels way better now. Get in there. Let's go. Get tree. Hook up events and doing backend, huh? Yes, that's what we're doing. We're doing the backend. Fun Saturday evening. Well, it's actually Saturday afternoon. So, you know, you can have fun any day, anytime. You're wrong, Mr. Passman. Incorrect, it's evening. Evening. Oh, is it Saturday? It is indeed. It is indeed. Doesn't feel like a Saturday, but it is. Multiplayer peer equals null. Where does this get called? This is the spawn function though. On the ready. So spawn member. I'm gonna do spawn connection on func ready. Spawn function equals spawn connection. Func spawn connection. And that's going to output a node. Return. I don't think I can do. Oh, I can. Code I can actually read. Yeah, see, that's the difference between C# and GDScript. Very interesting stuff. So then we have to hook up the events. And these are getting hooked up in the ready. Can I suggest something? Of course. But where is this spawn function going? Spawn member, name of spawn member. I don't see it anywhere though. Oh, here it is. Spawn member. So we get a dictionary as the argument. So member dictionary. As a dictionary. And then we do might want to get a multiplayer guy to help you directly, because what if what you are doing right now isn't even the way? So what I'm doing right now is we did Bear Like Lions, and that works. That's through RPC. Then this is the Munglo way, which is not doing RPC and doing the high-level Godot multiplayer API stuff. The problem with Bear Like Lions tutorial is that we can't handle reconnections well. So the idea here is we do it this way and we can kind of do better. That's the idea. Now, ideally, I would have thought ahead of time and I would have reached out to either Bear Like Lion or Munglo and said, hey, you want to do a collab stream where you teach me this stuff? That would be really cool. That would be really, really cool. Because I think they both know what they're talking about. It's just two different ways of doing the same thing. Which way's better? I don't know. I don't have the knowledge. The point is that if this doesn't work, you just have another wasted time. It's a dangerous mindset, Ika. Dangerous mindset that I used to have. because it's not wasted time. You're still going through and learning. That's the thing. We know this works. We do know that this still works because Munglow's shown that this works. Now, will it work for our project? That's the question. We know that what we have previously will work, except for the reconnection stuff. Yeah. You know, in the UK, you've already done this because we're ahead of you. Oh, that's true, Kezer. That's true. Wait a sec. Let's see. Lobby member, new member. Saying that, get a notebook, write down what you were trying to do, plan ahead. Instead of free solo. Yes. I mean, I've kind of already. What you're talking about, to put it in programmer language, is abstraction, where you write the pseudocode out and you go, okay, this goes to that, that goes to that, that goes to that, and you're abstracting, which we've done enough of. But at the end of the day, you don't, like, abstraction won't teach you. It'll get like a clear vision of where to start going, which we've already done. But you don't actually get anything done until you put the programming down. Do you do lessons learned? What do you mean by that? Like a formal lessons learned review? Oops. Let's see here. Okay, let me move my thingy, my treadmill, real quick. Yes? No, I don't. I don't think you understand what I meant. I'm not saying don't code. I'm saying, whatever. You got a microwave by your desk? No, I do not. Oh, did you hear the beeps? The beeps are from my treadmill. But what are you saying, Yika? Because I think it's a very valid point. Don't get me wrong. And if I'm misunderstanding it, then I could just be going up with my own assumptions, which are no bueno. Not good. Bam. All right. Whew. I will say, when I quickly look at C#, it looks like hieroglyphics. When I quickly look. Basically suggesting you lay down exactly what you're doing, are you going to do and learn. Then do it step by step. That's what we're doing right now. Is we are taking it step by step. So step 1 is we are doing the lobby member stuff, which is which is handling all of the connections. So yeah, we're most certainly doing that. It's a good suggestion. That's what we're doing. I love C#. C# is fine. I have that with C++ though. Ah, I see. C++, I haven't taken a look at, like, actually looked at C++ in a while. But yeah, C++ is a language I'd like to learn at some point. But I need to learn GDScript first. Okay, so it's scary. Yeah, maybe, yeah. Especially when you start getting into, like, the pointers and null things. C++, the bane of human creation. Crazy. Okay, so there's a scene called prefab lobby member, and we are creating a variable of new member. We run a function on them called set member info, where we set the ID, which is the pure ID. We set the state. Yeah, pure ID and state. And then we switch their name to the pure ID as a string. Okay. Validate that the given pure has already joined the game logic side of things. So this is purely holding the state of them. Let's open a new tab and we're gonna go to a different version or a different page of this Munglo multiplayer lobby. See what Rust, they decided to reinvent the entire naming for some reason. Lobby member scene. Okay, so this is the thing that we're actually spawning. Yeah, so we have a, this is the scene though, this isn't the actual script. Because Munglo does that thing where you put scenes and scripts and different things and I don't like it. Where the heck is the actual script though? Because these are the nodes. Oh no, this is, okay, so the nodes are actually the scripts. Munglo with the naming, crazy. Lobby members, so this is the thing we build, yeah. Okay. And it's a node. So this has a setter for when the state changes. Pure ID equals the PID, which is just a declared variable, I assume. Oh no, pure ID is the private version. Same with state is also private. We don't care about public private. Set state with a new state. And then there's a signal for on member state changed. Okay. Do we have an on state changed signal getting connected here? No, it looks like it's a signal calling itself. Get Claude to convert it to GD script so you can read it more easily. I don't know if that would work actually. That's an interesting idea. Do you think that would work actually? That's really interesting. Let's take this one for example. And then say, can you convert this C# script into GD script so that I can read it easier? There's no way that's gonna work. I feel like it's gonna mess up a lot. There's no way. We'll do the first test here. So I mean, everything it's pumping out so far looks good. Might work for the most part, and then start hallucinating wrong code. Yes, but what don't you understand there, though? Syntax? It's not that I don't necessarily understand it. It's just easier to read. Like, so this one, the public event handler, of the lobby state enum on lobby member changed. On lobby member changed is a connection, but I don't understand what invoke this state is with the question mark. Stuff like that. So let's see here. Okay, so it's a multiplayer manager with two enums. They export a boolean of and exported the prefab lobby member. Okay, that's just IP stuff. Port client max clients. An array of members. Oh. That's weird. Huh. This is very interesting. This is self. The thing has the code attached. I don't know if you were down. Munglo could co-stream. He's live now. Is Munglo live right now? Because I didn't think ahead of time about this. And I didn't think about it till just now, or just not too long ago, that I should be co-streaming with Munglo and reach out to him and be like, yo, Munglo, how do you feel about teaching me? Let's see what we'll see what he's doing real quick. Where is Munglo? Prep before we test it out. He's doing prep. Mr. Munglo.
Okay. Now I can't get.
On a scale 1 to 11, how busy are you right now?
Gotta say, one thing that
We'll see. We'll see.
These playlist is that it really is all over the place. It's fine. I'm just implementing upgrade system for the stuff and then figuring out, you know, what I need to.
Are you seriously vibe coding? No, we're not.
So go ahead.
Would you
If
be
you have any questions, just ask.
down to do a stream together and teach us about the Munglo multiplayer stuff? No, we were just we used Claude to translate.
The Munglo multiplayer stuff.
See what he says.
Well, as long as you tolerate cursing and so on, because I will probably step over that little bit of PG at some point, because I can't. I'm trying to stay above the belt, you know, and all that, but it's hard when you meme. Yeah.
Haha! It worked! Alright, so what we have to do is go to Twitch. And then I need to go here. Go to this. Because it's weird. You have to use Google Chrome. You can't use anything else. Whoa, I saw that. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? You didn't say anything. Now I have to go to stream together. And then let's switch. Oh, it's using RTX voice. Whatever, that's fine. Invite guests. And we go to Munglo. Ew, Chrome. Yeah. Bam. Send invite. There we go. And then I have to go to OBS. Start virtual. Go here. There we go. Confirm. Now we see if Munglo accepts it. And we go like that. Abby Shake, how you doing? Long time no see. We're just setting up a quick little stream together here. Seeing if Munglo will aid us on our multiplayer journey. Put it into reality. It's looking like he hasn't accepted the invite yet. Yeah, but ironic. What we were doing is we were just translating C# to whatchamacallit, to GD script, just to see if I could better understand it. I mean, I do have a general idea just for ease of reading, but yeah, it wasn't really that helpful, to be honest. So what's going on here is we have an enum, and wait, let's go like this. Did I invite guests? Where's Munglo? Oh, that's Munglo right there. Oh, action already taken. Okay, so he just has to accept it. Just has to accept it. All right, so basically what we're doing here is we are reworking the multiplayer so that we're gonna use Munglo's system of synchronizers and spawners to handle connection, data, avatars, and then go from there. Yeah. So if we go to our multiplayer manager, which is basically doing that, we basically have to take all of this stuff and move it over to our connections and our player data. So in our multiplayer manager here, ignore the nodes because this is a script. By the way, how's the fever? It's getting better. It's getting better. It's still there, but I think it's fine. I'll persevere. I'll push through. I don't know if Munglo knows how to stream together now that I think about it too. I probably should have said that. I should have told him. Wait, go back to Twitch. Stream snipe him real quick. And then we go here. And then we go here. And then we go down here. There we go. Oh, he's working on stuff. It's fine. It's fine. I'll leave it open. All right. So let's see. Multiplayer peer connected. So these are the connections we need to do. We go back to our lobby manager. And we're going to do a... Do I have my enums for it? I have the backend. I have the privacy. I need to do an enum for the lobby state. Yeah, lobby state enum. Offline. Launching. Okay, so enum, lobby state as offline, connecting, connected, and disconnected. Oh, and running. Let's do running. Like that. Yeah. I think that'll work. All right, so then what we need to do is this is a multiplayer spawner. So we want to take the spawn function new callable. And we do connected to server, on connected, on peer connected. That's taking an ID and then it adds the member to a dictionary. Wait, what does add member do? Add member. Where is it? Add member. Add member with an ID. No, that's just the arguments for it. Where's the actual function? Oh, here it is. So it takes a new enum. If it exists in members. So he is doing a dictionary. Or an array is what he's doing. One of the two. Looks like a dictionary though, because he has an ID. New member. That's interesting. Interesting. I don't know if he's taken the invite. Maybe he's not. Let's remove that and let's re-add. Hello. Bam. There we go. Bang. Okay. Add member, new member, validate member ID. Lobby member, spawn member. Okay, so he is spawning it, but he's putting in a delay. To validate. Validates that the given peer is ready to join the game logic side of things. What needs validation would depend on the game. Is the client running the same version? Would usually be a good check. That's fine. Also informs client if they passed or not. Okay. He's doing an RPC. To send it to. Okay. Okay. What up, Green Bread? We are currently looking at doing a multiplayer refactor using some synchronizers and some spawners, which is the Munglo version. That's the idea. See you everywhere. Jeez, that's good. That's good. Ika's spreading the good word. Howdy, Sammy. Okay. So I need to do a connector. Yeah, and that's all broken because I broke everything. Let's go here. And we have a lobby manager. We're gonna have a... This game sucks. Too much reading. Tell me about it. All right, we're gonna do a node. And this is going to be the connection node. I think that's the play. Let's call it connection. I think that'll be the play. We're gonna save this node under multiplayer. In the connection, we're gonna create it, and we're gonna do, I think I can get away with doing a class name on this one, connection. We're gonna say var peer ID as an int. Then we're gonna say Maybe put an enum on here as well for the state. As a connected state. New member, prefab, instantiate. Let's look at the member lobby. What does he have on it? He has the peer ID. Okay. I see you're stealing code. Stealing? No. Reworking code. So we're basically translating C# code into GD script using Munglo's format that he figured out. And all that. I also have a request for a stream together going out right now, but we're waiting. We're waiting to see if Munglo joins it. Oh, is Munglo here? No, not currently. Not currently. I think he's standing us up. It's fine. It's fine. He's busy. Let's see. Member info. Good artists copy. Great artists steal. He's streaming. Well, yeah, no, I sent the stream together. But I think he's working on something. Munglo's waiting for me. I already sent it. Wait. Oh my lord, I have to go back. Boom. Re-invite. Load. Oh, I lost it. Where is he? Where is he? There we go. Bam. Oh, let's go here. Let me go. I accidentally just closed the stream together completely. Like an absolute noob. Go here. Confirm.
What the hell is going on?
Munglo. Bam.
Okay, let's relaunch it and see if that was just something else spiking on my system.
Action already taken. Should mention the invite is out, but gotta use Chrome to accept. Fortunately, Twitch is odd with that.
Hey. Bro. What? Yeah, I don't have Chrome.
Ah.
Why would I have Chrome?
Ah. That's why it won't work.
Actually, do I have Chrome installed? I might have Chrome installed. Hang on. I don't have... Yeah, I don't have Chrome installed. Yeah, exactly, Ika.
Ah, what a shame. What a goober, man. Dang. Dang, dang, dang.
They're probably using some kind of specific add-on trickery thing.
Got rid of Chrome, Google started being scummy with it. Yeah.
To work, I guess, but
It's weird that...
way I can get
So, like,
working in here.
when I do a stream together, I can only use Chrome,
Refresh.
which is very odd. Very odd.
What happens if I do stream together with you? Can we do that?
There's a pending invite.
I've never done this.
Let me do this. Favorite him. Try clicking the knock button next to my name.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see. What?
Redeemed play viewers game. Hang on, Game Devil. We're
There is no knock button next to your name. But
Interesting.
If I go to your channel, I think I get a knock opportunity.
should be a knock thing. Should be.
No, I don't. I know I... Oh, shit. Now I.
Now I can hear myself multiple times, and Munglo can hear himself going. It's beautiful. What other Chromium-based browsers? Technically should work, right? I would think so. But then again, like Edge doesn't work.
I have an invite if I open up that block report. Already done all that.
Let me turn my music volume down. You're invited. Click that button. Oh, that's not the right one though.
Okay, so then that goes.
Knock. Something went wrong.
Oh, okay. So the streaming together is just not working. It is just not working.
What a shame. What a shame.
I would have to install Chrome. Oh, that's.
No sweat. Thanks though.
But I mean, it's something that I want to be able to do when needed. So, what do we have? Chrome.
Oh.
Chrome OS theme for Snaps. Chromium. Open source version of Chrome. Anyone knows if it works with that?
No idea. No idea. Bada bing, bada boom. Because then once we get Munglo here.
Wait, hang on.
Oh.
Actually, it actually loaded in.
Oh?
Hang on.
It loaded in.
Okay, hang on.
Oh. Bear with us, team.
I can. My mix stance is a little bit in the way here.
Oh. 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 Is this gonna work? Man.
Oh. Asking you to use available microphones.
Yes.
Oh, so you don't use Discord or anything. All of this is okay.
Nope. All built in.
Built in. Ah, okay. Yeah, I've never done this before, Karina, so.
Yeah, it's a pain.
But it seems to have launched for me here. Let's see if I can invite guests then.
It does say streaming together.
Vino. There, I see you. I will even mark you as a favorite.
Oh, look at that! How fancy. Which means, if he marks me as a favorite, I should be able to just join.
And then send invite, I'm guessing.
That's weird. It
Any invites.
popped up
I don't know
there.
who you are.
Didn't pop up here though. Oh. It's just lagging maybe?
I might.
Knock?
Oh no, I can hear myself when I do that.
Just hearing repeats of everything. Session not available though. If he marks me as a favorite, I should be able to just join. Let's see. It says it requested. It's weird that it popped up here though. That's weird. It popped up there. Oh wait, I can just click join. Wait. Let's go to the Chrome tab. Let me close this one. Go to the Chrome tab version. I think Twitch needs to fix this. It's a absolute pain in the butt. Boom. But when it works, it's cool. Let's go to Munglo. And then it should now on Chrome. Let's see. It says it requested.
I don't know what.
Join. Waiting for host. We did it. We did it. Now we just need Munglo to accept us. Go to the Chrome tab version. I think Twitch needs to fix this. You can tell there's a little lag.
Yeah. I don't know what's going on.
Okay.
Go to-
On this thing. Oh god, it's me watching Munglo watch me, watch Munglo watch me. Oh god. So on the little output tab here on Chrome, you just need to go and click accept.
Where is the thing? Oh, yeah.
Let's go.
Getting ready.
There we
Uh-huh,
go. Okay, we need to fix this. And shared chat started. All right, let me close
Oh, I
this.
gotta
Yeah, it's gonna be echoing a lot in just a sec.
there.
Move that over.
Oh, that's loud.
There we are. There we are.
Can you hear your call?
I cannot hear myself.
No, I'm reading what the hell
Oh.
it says here. Can you hear your call?
There we go.
Stream should be able to hear the call now if you are capturing desktop audio in your streaming software. I'm not. my audio setup is like yeah, it's let's see. Say something. Cool.
Hello, something. Test.
Oh yeah, yep. They can hear you.
Yeah.
They
All
can-
right. Whew.
You are very loud.
We did it. Yeah, I do tend to be a little on the loud side. A little
Can
bit.
I can't adjust that in here. I'm guessing.
Should be able to in the little pop-up browser. So there's a little pop-up thing. And
Yeah, the problem isn't so much that you're loud, but you're loud to the point that you sound a little bit distorted, you know?
Really?
Yeah, like your mic gain is turned way up.
Oh, I see what it is. What about now? I just changed
That
my
sounded a little-
microphone away from the RTX crap.
Yeah, I don't know.
That
Now
should
it
be
sounded
better.
Like it was cutting out a bit, but it's the same thing always with sound. It's always
Terrible.
good.
Okay. So Munglo, I've brought you here today because I need help. And I figured this would be a great opportunity as like a learning opportunity for everyone, not just myself. So
Yeah.
I need help understanding the Munglo multiplayer ways.
Yeah.
I basically just removed my entire multiplayer manager stuff, and I'm starting it basically from scratch here. Starting with the lobby manager.
Yeah.
So I was looking at the C# code and trying to translate it. I think I'm doing a pretty decent job, but I have a lot of questions
Okay.
that keep popping up. So
Yeah.
first one.
I'm gonna bring up the code so I can see it here too.
Perfect.
My end.
So the first part is the lobby manager. That's going to be handling all of the
Go on.
connections, right?
Yeah. So the lobby manager handles the lobby. The lobby is like the containment for everything network connection. Usher in a new connection. So whenever someone connects to the network, the lobby manager accepts that connection, checks that they're running the correct game version, whatever you want to check, you know, that's where
Yep.
all that kind of stuff goes. And that means that you have a distinct compartment of code that deals with connection before you do anything else that has anything to do with game logic.
Okay.
So it's just the goal of how I do it is to compartmentalize the different steps, and in the end, then you get this like what is it, 3 or 4 part stages of how the network is built up, and whenever I drop this in somewhere, I can just say, oh, but I need this to do that, so I just step in, override that, and replace that bit to do something else. But it has this, like, specifically then with the lobby manager, if you want to do some kind of verification or communication back and forth to the new game instance that connected, before you do anything else, that's where you would do it.
Okay.
But that part wouldn't affect anything else downstream from the game logic, from the player data, or anything else. So you have these steps in ushering in a new client. So another thing then is that when someone connects to the network, if you run everything default and so on, you are basically stuck in the whole premise that you need to have everyone connect to the game Then you launch the game, everything runs. You can't have people just dropping in or dropping out and so on. But if you take that away from the default approach and you handle the connection separately, and instead of using public visibility on all synchronizers, you handle the network visibility on everything manually. Then you can you can have a 50-player game. You can have 20 people connect at the same time. You usher them in one at a time. You can have a queue in, and just because they connect, they don't get flooded on the network with the things they need to spawn in and so on, because they don't have the state of their connection isn't verified, so they do not have the player object created, and they don't have the player object created, so they aren't assigned any network group, so they don't see anything on the network until your game logic says that they can. So you can also do that kind of approach with this.
Oh, that's cool.
So all this does is basically break apart these different steps and makes it so you can drop this in, and you can just basically land running and just do whatever you want.
Okay.
But the whole lobby, then the idea is that anything that happens, when people drop in and out, crash, server just crashes, leaves, whatever, all of those things also get caught. And what I'm trying to do with it is basically take all those situations and make it so they don't spew a bunch of errors in the console. You don't get soft locked. Everything fails gracefully without filling your output with errors. That's the idea. Now, sometimes there will be errors because, it's multiplayer, but
sorry, I just got K-Mac was just talking about Game Dev Week that's going on in Boston, and I've never heard of this. No idea what this is. March 23rd to the 29th. I'll have to check. I'll check that out after stream. Right now we gotta lock into multiplayer. All right, so basically, what we're gonna be doing, that does not go in there. We'll just put in the favorites bar. So first thing I have is I have the lobby manager. This is the usher of the connections. And I have, because I also need to set this up for Steam. So I have an enum for the backend. Yeah. I have the privacy, because that's also connected to when you create a lobby in Steam, you need to give it a privacy as well. And then I have the lobby state, whether it's
on the lobby itself then. Like when you bring the host up, is it going to be a public or a private lobby, private host, private server?
Right.
Because the problem here is obviously that depending on what API and so on you use, a server, a host, a lobby, and all of that is like interchangeable depending on what you're talking about.
Okay. So, howdy, Ryan.
But so this isn't per user or per connection. This is for the actual game that you're putting up on the
yes.
network,
okay.
Like the host.
Okay. Yep. Yeah, lurk. Appreciate the lurk. Yeah, Sammy, can you refund Game Devil? I'm gonna get back to that probably later today. I just want to get this done first. So
yeah, so lobby state. Since this is the lobby, this lobby state would never be connecting. It's either up, running, or it isn't.
Okay.
It might be shutting down, it might be starting up and then running as it has fully engaged, but it would never be connecting to anyone. Well, okay, yes, you could make it a slave lobby of a different higher tier lobby and start, building shards of different kinds of MMO structures and shit like that, but that's
okay, so really, I should really have two states here of either offline or running.
Well, yeah. So the lobby, it's like this: the host, the server that you bring up. So think of it as the server instead.
Okay.
This is the thing that is, it's the thing that other people are going to connect to, but it's not going to connect out to others.
Okay. So basically, think of this like the server.
Yeah, because it is the one that is the front side of the host, the server, that's connect, either accepts or rejects connections.
Okay.
If someone connects and you check they have the wrong game version or something, and you can just say no, you need to get out of here, and you can do that before that starts creating player data, get someone to spawn in, and just basically corrupt all your currently ongoing game.
Okay. So now to get into the actual creating of each connection. So this is a multiplayer spawner, which means we need to feed it a set the spawn function to spawning in that connection. And
well, yeah, so I think it of as lobby manager, and each connection is represented by a lobby member. Is the way I think about it.
Okay, so lobby member as compared to calling it connection. I think that would make sense.
Yeah.
Lobby member.
Because if you have a lobby, then you have members of that lobby. That's the way I think about it.
That makes sense.
So if you were to look at the class for the lobby manager on the GitHub, you can see that it has just a debug flag and a packed scene prefab for the lobby member. And that's a very small little node that it spawns in underneath itself.
Right. And so what does this node contain? It just contains the peer ID and then
if you go, yeah.
And then a state
member, it contains the peer ID and the lobby member state enum, which I don't remember exactly what that contains, but it's basically, as soon as someone starts connecting, it would be like, oh yeah, this member gets spawned in on the network, the lobby member, but he is currently connecting. Then he might get into a verification state. And then connected is when everything is done and ready.
Okay, so I should do an enum for member state saying like disconnected, connected, or connecting, connected.
Yeah. Personally, I don't think I do disconnected, because as soon as the connection disappears, I think I destroy the lobby member because there is no connection. And if someone were to reconnect, they would always get a new peer ID anyway. So the connection doesn't matter. It's the play data that you want to retain if you want to create a system where someone is allowed to reconnect and then identify with a Steam ID or something else that, oh, hey, I was just here, so do you still have my player data?
Okay, so you kind of, instead of because the peer ID gets changed every time. So
yeah, the only one that is persistent is the host. The host is always peer 1. Everyone else just get random number.
Okay, and then just quickly touching on the reconnection part, we have the player data that will stay there, and then the this lobby member goes away when they disconnect, and then we use something like the Steam name or Steam ID to say, hey, that's your old data, so go back to it.
That is how you would do it in this setup.
Okay.
Because again, the lobby member is only representing the connection. It doesn't concern itself with the player, the play state, anything else. But the connection.
Okay.
So, for instance, if you've probably seen it in other games where you can, if you bring up the player list, the scoreboard or something with tab, and you can see, oh, there's someone else connecting, and you can see just new player connecting, and then as they get connected, the player name pops up and so on. And if you think about that, that means that there's a couple of stages of information that has to be gone through before things like that can happen. but this gives you again. You might not need, for this project, you might not need to keep track of the connections like this, but
I think it'd be
if you do
worthwhile
it-
to, just so I can like
Yeah.
reconnect if something happens.
Yeah, because the way I've done my lobby stuff isn't for a specific project. It's meant to be able to be dropped in and expanded upon. So it's supposed to be, you drop it in, and within minutes you have a working connection, multiplayer, simplified player object with player data. I don't know if I pushed it so you even have the local logic or local events kind of stuff, but yeah.
Okay. So the next thing we want to do is when it comes to the lobby member, I noticed there's a lobby member state changed. I don't understand what invoke this state is. Is that a signal? That's
Yeah. So on lobby member state change, that's an event handler. That's basically just an event that you would use a signal since you are using GDScript. But the core takeaway from this is that you can see the set state is you have basically you have the private side of the state, and you have the state property. So this again different languages and so
right.
you don't have private and external. So in C#, the state, the lowercase state, that's private. You can't access that from outside. There's no way to get to that. So instead, I expose it through the property state, which is capitalized. And whenever the state changes, it goes through the set state, and we can do whatever we want with that method. And in this case, we want to make sure that when that happens, the on lobby state changed gets invoked, so the signal gets raised. Now this should.
But then what's collecting that signal? So if we pop this member and it says, "Hey, state changed."
I don't know if I use that signal for anything, but say that you do make something like a player list, and you want to see that someone is connecting. Then as soon as the lobby member pops up, you add an entry in that list, and then when that lobby member changes its state, you update that UI. So that entry in the player list would get updated.
Okay.
Now, the problem with this specific one is because this one hasn't been rewritten for what it should be. In my case, I would change the export over to the property instead of the field. So the capitalized state that has the get and set would be the exported one, because that means that the set state method would be called even when it gets synchronized across the network, which means that every single game instance on the network would have that on lobby member state changed firing, the signal firing when the member state change, which means that everyone's UI that represent the state would get updated if you want to be like that.
Okay. So now just kind of walking it really, really like slowly, step by step. First thing we want to do is, now that we have our lobby member with a pure ID and a connection state, which is just our member state, we now want to create
the
node.
Scene.
So we'll do like var lobby member equals dot. Oh wait, do we want to instantiate? No, we do.
You create the scene out in Godot editor, and then you use that packed scene to instantiate in the spawn connection.
Yep, that's what I just did. So then when we do that, we want to call to probably also set that member state to be a new state. Howdy, King Cats.
Well, you should have the connection state up there on line 7, the member state. that should be having a get and set, and the setter should run the set member states. So whenever the state changes, the event get raised, the signal get raised. That means that anywhere else in the code, the host just set the state, and then the synchronizer will synchronize that state across the network, and everywhere that state changes, the signal fires.
Oh. Wait, why are you with Munglo? Because we're doing a Munglo multiplayer refactor thing. So what I should do then is export connection state, so then I can synchronize it. And then I'm going to do a setter on this.
Yeah.
To do connection state.
This is kind of like the core change that I've implemented with the side project that I'm doing now, where I'm just, the code gets just easy to write. Sure, it's a little bit bloated inside this lobby member class, but everywhere else, you don't have to bother. You just change the state, it fires, it trickles across the network. Everything that is currently using that state to write to show something in the UI layer or something, all of that can just hook up to that on lobby state change, and it just works.
So I don't know if I did this right, because this looks like it's kind of redundant, where connection state as a member state. Actually, I'm going to switch this to call this connection state as well.
So I'm a little bit in C#. You always have the backing field, right? So you have the backing field and the property. The property is the one that has the get and set. In GDescript, I don't actually know exactly the syntax of get and set. So
it's get and set.
But the fact is that you have the connection state and you set the connection state value, and then you. So the thing is, doesn't that make it an infinite loop? Because you're changing the connection state, which would access the set of connection state to change the connection states to that would actually.
Yeah, this is this is a recursive loop for sure.
Yeah. So what you need is what's called a backing field, which is another var that is not exported that actually holds the value. So
what would be what's the purpose of doing it like that? Wouldn't I just remove the setter completely and then say it's good?
No. The setter is the one that makes sure that the signal fires when the state changes. So if you think about it, you have 10 different computers spread across the world. The host changed the state, and it only does lobby member Covino state connected. That trickles through every single one through the synchronizer, and everywhere that changes, it will go through the setter, and that means that every single computer will have the state updated and the signal raised.
Okay. So if I do like a temporary state, that's just going to hold this.
No, it's not a temporary state. That's the backing field. So in C#, this is the variable class-wide is called a field, and the thing that you implement that has the get and setter is a property, and the property stores the value in a backing field. So if you have like an int, a number that you expose with a get and set, it still would need a variable to store that value in. The get and set only access that.
Hang on.
And this is the same thing here. So the connection state that has the set, that doesn't actually holds the value. Instead, you store the value in the var temp state on line 7. That's the actual variable that holds the value.
Oh, okay. So I would probably do
a getter, so you can actually get the state, because the get will just return temp state.
You do connection state set equals set member state. Oh, connection state, and then I do set equals set member state.
Walking in solidarity for pay night calls. What the hell? What did JD do?
Walking solidarity. JD redeemed a take a hike, even though I'm sick. Set equals set member state. Interesting.
Yeah, ironic. You're gonna have to be the resident JD script expert here.
The intermediary.
The translation. Yeah,
oh,
because
God.
I'm sticking with C# because it's not booked. It's not locked down into just Godot, and it's just a fully fledged language comparatively.
Yeah.
Basis and stuff. So there's no reason for me to get into GDScript.
Okay, so now every time this connection state changes, now when you do connection state equals something, set member happens. That makes sense. Okay. Yeah.
So this is the core thing that I do now with the play data too. And in that case, if we change the state of a player, we raise the player state changed, but we also check if you are the player that has the state changed. Then we raise also a local signal that says the player state changed for this local game instance.
Okay.
With me?
I understand.
That way we can just take things like the HB bar and stuff like that and just hook in to our local player instance.
Okay.
And it will just work. You don't have to keep track of which one is what and what not, but it just starts working. Sure, it's a little bit extra work, and you gotta implement the backing field, the get setter, and a function that checks and so on, blah blah blah. But that's fine because the rest of the code becomes simpler.
Okay. And then of course put a synchronizer on this so we can synchronize the connection state on change.
Yeah.
Sick.
Yeah.
Okay, now I'm getting it.
And I would also have the peer ID because you will not change the authority of this. So everyone that sees that thing should also know which peer that connection represents.
That makes sense too. So then I'll also do the peer ID exported on change. Okay.
Yeah.
For ease of use,
critical things.
Do you think it would make sense to also rename the node to the peer ID? Just like on enter tree?
I mean, I do it just because when you look at the remote tree in the editor, besides that, you will never access the node by name. It has no relevancy in runtime except for debugging.
Right. This is basically just purely for debugging purposes.
Yeah, it doesn't matter, but it's a convenient thing for debugging.
Okay. Cool.
And after you named it once, as long as you don't start looking for it by name, it's fine.
Yeah.
But there is no reason for you, because as soon as you spawn that thing, the lobby member, you will also put it in the collection of your lobby members.
Okay.
In the lobby manager.
Okay, cool. This makes sense.
Because
so now,
the lobby manager and the play manager are basically two things that have very much in common, where they build. This is also by a little bit by design or a happy coincidence, as the genius said, where both of them basically spawn in a little bit of data with a node underneath itself and collect all the things that they spawn in inside collection and make it so we can go and look for them from the outside. So the play manager would have get player by this peer ID or by this name or whatever.
Okay,
and
cool.
in the lobby manager, you would have get this lobby member and you should pass in the peer ID.
Okay.
But you would never in the game logic side of things, you should at least stay away from accessing the nodes themselves directly. You should always go through the player manager, even if it's just get player.
Yeah.
But you don't. Yeah.
Okay.
There are a little bit of caveats to that, obviously, but as a general rule, you want to like keep the structure of the logic, just so you don't get confused and
Right. You know, start grabbing things all over the place. So
Yeah,
now we
okay.
go to the custom spawn function, the spawn member.
Yeah.
As an argument of a dictionary, we're instantiating it. Now, set member info. That is the new member dot, which is on the lobby member, but we didn't see that in there. Oh, there it is.
Yeah,
Set member
so-
info. I see.
Yeah. So what I do often is when I spawn in any kind of node from a prefab scene of anything, and I want to populate that and form it from some kind of data that I already have. I don't want to build that inside, in this case, the lobby manager. I don't want to take this newly instantiated lobby member node and start going through every single thing inside that. Instead, you pass the data to that lobby member and say, here, this is what you should be.
Okay.
And
So
then the lobby member internally sets all of that up.
so set member info.
It's the same when, let's say that I'm making a UI entry with a playlist. I don't instantiate the player entry and then configure it inside the playlist. The playlist spawns in a player entry and then passes the player data to that entry, and the entry sorts itself out, because inside the entry in that prefab, that's where you have all the references to the different parts of the UI or whatever it is.
Okay. So I'll do something like this. And then I'll just say pure ID equals PID.
Yeah.
And then connection state equals state.
Yeah.
Like that.
So-
And then that calling state, connection state, setting that will then call the function to do it, make sure it's good.
Well, no. That's the thing here. I don't know if this is updated as is, but the set member in that, I'm gonna have to check. Hang on.
Yeah, so this is the GD script way where every time we
Yeah, so what you want to do is you don't want to trigger the set state in that one when you spawn it in, because you remember the node that you instantiated is created in the multiplayer spawner. It is not part of the tree yet. It doesn't exist anywhere except as a self-contained instance. So you don't want to start raising instances. It's the same like when you do setting a value on some UI with no signal.
Okay, so instead of
when in
saying
that spawn function, you want to with the set member state, you want to set the backing field. So in the set member state, you can see that it sets the state lowercase state, meaning it's the backing field. So the connection state you have there, has the setter, and you shouldn't use that. You should set what was it that you did with the set member state stores in? But now you don't have you don't have the variable that stores the connection state anymore.
right, it gets stored, I guess, technically on the argument is the one.
No, inside the lobby member, remember with the recursive nature of the setter. The setter calls set member state, and the set member state stores the new state in connection state. That triggers the set member state. That stores the new state in the connection state. That triggers the set state member.
Right,
state.
but it's not recursive anymore, because now what it does is it will just stop it if that does occur.
Yeah, that has nothing to do with the recursive bit. That will only stop if it is the same state. New state, where's the new state?
New state's
Have you
the
removed the
argument.
new-
So that is whenever we set
Oh,
connection state.
oh yeah, that's the parameter, right?
Yeah.
Yeah,
So-
but the new state, you still have to store the data somewhere, the value. Right now, you will just have a recursive loop.
It's going okie dokie.
Because that line 20, that if statement, only checks if the new state, the incoming state, is the same as the current connection state.
Right.
But the connection state itself doesn't have a getter, which I don't know how that will work at all. But remember how you need a backing field of a variable to store that state in, and the connection underscore state will just return that value on get, and if set.
Who's the voice in my head?
Well,
Munglo is.
Yeah, it's me.
True conscious.
So
I think this is, so to my understanding, at least what Ironic was saying, is just putting the setter there. This looks correct.
yeah, but that if it is correct, that means that GDScript is doing something under the hood.
It probably is, because I mean,
It
GDScript
does
is
a lot
pretty.
of bullshit on. Yeah, it does a lot of
is-
bullshit on the
yeah.
hood that makes it really hard to actually know what the hell's going on, because that right there looks like a recursive loop.
Yeah. Okay, so we'll say
It
that's
does.
good.
Yeah, if you run into, I spawned, I'm trying to spawn a lobby member and it just stalls out, you know where to look.
Yeah. You can do a getter if you want to.
Yeah, well, yeah, but you're gonna need to have a getter if you ever want to see the connection state, right?
No, because it will be stored on connection state. The setter only goes off when it changes. If you don't, then you just return connection
Yeah.
state. Yeah.
Okay, so the set returns.
Yeah.
Okay,
The,
so it
do you
basically
say
there
so?
is an automatic backing field,
yeah.
but I don't know why it would know it. I guess it's just because it reads the script file.
Yeah.
Because in normal sane world, as I would call it, that would be a recursive loop. It just would, because
So-
there's nothing that differentiates those two. They
So-
are named exactly the same. you
We'll
know.
call set member info. Now, on set member info, you are setting the state here. Which I thought that's what we didn't want to do.
No, there isn't.
Is there anything sane around here? What are you talking about? This is some high-level professional game development, all right?
No, it isn't.
Super sane.
This is the ramblings of a madman that have spent. I think I spent about 2 weeks just on the lobby stuff to get it hooked up with the events and everything, so everything worked. Like brute forcing the events. When was this firing? What was so? Something is wrong with the documentation on this. Why is this wrong? Why am I misunderstanding this? And just brute forcing it to the point where I knew it all, wrote it, and then I forgot about it. So we're gonna have to follow the code.
And now we're relearning it.
No. I just wanna use it and forget it.
Okay, so set member info. Now this is taking in a dictionary but where is it getting this dictionary from?
So the spawn member, that is getting called. Let's see, where is it called from? Because you remember the spawn.
Oh, and then you do
member,
spawn
that
with
is
the
spawn function. So that
Yep.
is when you call the spawn.
Okay, so I need to do like
It's
member
gonna be
dictionary,
in somewhere downstream from on peer connected.
member dictionary, and then I do like state, something like that. and then return the lobby member. Oh wait, no. Return lowercase lobby member variable. There we go. Okay. I'm going to change this from spawn connection to spawn lobby member. Would be nice if I could type. Howdy cam. Spawn lobby member. Okay. Have to run will be lurking. Appreciate the lurk.
I don't remember. Here, add member. That's what I call it. Add member on line 329. That's where I go through and create the thing. Where I just check that we are indeed on the server. That's just like a sanity check because we don't want to stop spawning members anywhere else.
Okay.
So it's easy to get sidetracked. So
yeah, let's go back up on the lobby manager to the very top. Because now we have the spawn function that works, but we need to connect the on peer connected, on server connected, on disconnected, all that kind of stuff.
Well, it's so my add member gets called in 3 different places inside Lobby Manager. On peer connected, it gets called on.
So let's do the
start host. The start host is the biggest method because it's the important one that goes through a bunch of stuff, and I also do UPnP probing on the network to see if we can get an outside internet IP and so on, and maybe use UPnP to temporarily forward port in your router and stuff like that.
Yeah, I don't need to worry about that.
Yeah, you don't have to worry about that.
So I'll do peer connected dot connect on peer connected. We'll just take it one argument at a time. All right, just started outside my something. Oof.
On peer connected, in my on peer connected, all I do really is just do a debug message if I'm debugging, and then I just do the add member. And when someone connects, I also do an RPC over to the client that tells them the host info. Like if you want to have host name and stuff like that.
So I think add member then is where I need to take it.
Yeah, the add member is the one that actually calls the spawn function.
All right, let's see if I can find it. That's the argument for it.
Yeah, so the add member on line 336.
There we go. 336. Okay, so that's not
the method.
This.
The method starts on 329.
Oh, 329. Here it is. Void add member. Okay, so add member, we want 2 arguments. We're gonna want the ID and then the state.
Yeah.
So let's do a func add member. We want the peer ID as an int, and then we want the state as a lobby member connection state. Marco, thank you for the follow.
I'm calling this as connect. Yeah. So whenever I call add member, that state that I feed in is always connecting because we don't know if we are just creating the member, so it will start as connecting.
Yes. Okay.
Because it's as soon as we see this lobby member, it will always be when they are connecting.
So I'll just set it by default there. Oh, expected indent after function. Oh, that's fine.
Yeah, I don't.
Yeah, it should be fine. So add member, what add member is gonna do is
it's basically just using the spawn function to create the new lobby member, add it to a collection of members, and then it starts validating that member. That is the 3 lines at the end of that method. Those are the important ones for you.
Okay. Sorry, I'm getting distracted by Cam. Oh my god.
But you can think of it if you want in your code there, you can do a line with a comment and say create member, add member to collection, and then the third line is validate member, and then you break those 3 steps apart, and you will know what they are.
Okay.
Either way. So depending on how sure you are of yourself, I would do a server check, but
So
to verify that you are the server. The add member should never be able to execute on anyone who isn't the server.
oh, okay. So if it's not the server, we're just gonna return. It's just gonna break. Invested in the story now. Yeah, Cam is riot outside his house, armed police. I think I see why my rent was cheap.
Ooh.
Crazy.
Oh, fun times.
Crazy. I'm on the street. You're on the street? Oh, God. I just wanted to walk to the shops. Yeah, I don't think today is the day, Cam. I don't think so.
Good
All right.
luck.
So all that this add member is going to do is it's going to make sure it's the server, and then it's going to call the spawn function with that filled in PID and with the state.
Yeah, well, you're gonna have to construct a dictionary.
Oh, I have to make the dictionary here. That's right. That's right.
Yeah.
So
now you are calling the spawn function.
yeah, member dictionary, and then we'll just say equals, and we'll do PID as. Let me break this up though. Make it so it looks better. PID as the PID, and then not that. And then we'll do state as state. Bam. And then spawn member dictionary. Bam. Beautiful. Oh, this cat, he stood on the deletion button, print screen forever. Oof. Oof. All right, so now member dictionary, spawn member dictionary. Cool. It calls for the spawn. We need to, which then adds the dude in there.
Yeah,
adds the
now
node.
You need a lobby member collection of some sort inside the lobby manager, so you can keep track of every connection inside.
So
you already have a collection if you want to do the get children route and so on, but it's better to have a collection with the references.
okay, because that was my next question is, if we already have get children, why would we need to have another?
Because again, it doesn't matter if you're doing like 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 players. If you do 20, then you would have to go through all the get children, get all the list of the current nodes.
And then that gets really annoying.
Them. Yeah. It's instead you just because again you're gonna do the same approach with the player manager, where you're gonna spawn in the player data node and you're gonna put that in a collection, just exactly the same. So that there's a lot of commonalities between the player manager and the lobby manager. You have the lobby member, you have the player.
So maybe I should do like a dictionary of dictionaries, and I just append that newly created dictionary entry of the PID and state, and append that to a dictionary.
What? No, the node that you just did, the lobby member. You want to store the lobby member.
Oh, store the node in there.
Yeah, the lobby member instance. Remember, the lobby member is a class, it's a type. So you want to store the instance of the lobby member, which is in this case also a node.
So connected.
You want a direct reference to that specific lobby member instance that represents that lobby member.
Then is this gonna be an array then?
Yeah, I'm weak on what collections you got. Like array is not the same as array in other languages. Let's just put it that way.
Okay. So what I'll do then is I'll do an array of lobby members.
As far as I understand it, a GDescript array is more like a list where it can actually change size and so on.
Yeah. And then I'll do a, let's see, add member, so spawns.
That's what you want.
But I need
and
to...
the spawn returns the node, remember? So you grab the node when that spawn returns. So spawn lobby member, new member equals spawn member dictionary as lobby member. Something like that.
Okay, so return lobby member. What I'll do here is in the spawn lobby member, I could probably just add the...
No. Remember that right there, that's code that's going to execute on every game instance when they spawn a lobby member. Remember?
Oh, so I don't want that to be on...
No, that's the spawn function. That has to be completely self-contained and should not affect anything else.
So then...
whenever you call a spawn function, it should have all the necessary data and so on to do the spawn. Because that set of arguments is going to be cached and distributed to new clients across the network and existing clients, so they also can spawn that thing in. So what you don't want to do is start hooking up server logic inside the spawn function, because the spawn function will run everywhere across the network.
So then maybe like a...
member, the spawn method returns the node. Just grab it. Just do lobby member, new member equals spawn member dictionary. So you store, have a reference to it, and then you add that to whatever.
But we want to add the node, not the dictionary.
Yeah, but you're not adding the dictionary. The spawn returns the node. The spawn
this returns a node. Oh, it does. Oh. So if I do like connected players dot append, and I'll move this into there because I think it will call it anyways.
Yeah, sure. If you want no safety, so yeah, sure.
If you, that's not very sure.
No, the thing is, what you should be doing in cases like this to make it less likely for you to basically fuck up is to take that spawn member, store that node, then in connected players you check, does this exist?
Okay.
So have this member already. If not, add it. If it does exist, something is very wrong, and you start doing something. Like
okay.
Everyone out.
So I do a var new member equals, spawn with the member dictionary. That sets the node. Then I have to do in the connected players. I'll do if connected players.
Correction. You don't have to, but I recommend it.
Yeah, no, I think it's good to follow the like safety. So
yeah, so what I adopted is kind of like I know I'm an idiot, so I write my code. I try to write my code so I make it hard for myself to fuck up catastrophically.
Okay.
So I try to write it so I kind of limit the
super
ways
safety.
I can mess things up.
Let's do this.
And that
if
means
not,
a little bit of extra code here and there, but it doesn't mean a lot of extra code. And you usually get that in return by saving some time, because it's so easy to mess things up.
Okay.
So easy. Way too easy.
So I create the variable with the spawn, and then I say if it's not in the connected players, then we'll add it in.
Yeah, but in this case also, if it already is there, you should consider logging an error of some sort, because that should never happen.
Okay.
If you have a connection and someone else connects and they appear to be the same connection, then you have something really bad going on. So now you want to have an error message that you would never want to see, because if that happens, something bad is going on.
Let's see if I remember how to do errors. Error. Oh god. I don't think I've ever done error messages. I can do a print.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. just
Big problem.
chances of this happening is very slim.
Yeah.
I don't know if it can happen even, you know, but the thing is, with the multiplayer and network and so on, you might have, let's say that you, for some reason, manage to have a repeating connection. The same guy press connect twice, and for some reason, there is a bug inside the network layer of the engine that then identifies them as the same peer ID because they are the same connection in one layer, but then as it comes up to the high level, they are two different things, and that fires twice, and then you have a problem. So that, as I said, that should never happen. But if it does, that should tell you that something is wrong.
Gotcha. Okay, so on Peer Connected, what we're going to do is we're going to call add member now that we have add member set up.
Yeah, so yeah, sure. On Peer Connected, you do that, but most importantly, you should also do it on the host when the host starts. But we haven't
gotten there yet. Yeah.
Setup. Yeah.
Yeah, we're just taking it one small step at a time.
Yeah.
Okay. Is that all Peer Connected does? Is just add the member?
I don't know.
Let's see, 326 or 336.
Peer Connected. Yeah, it's just does server check, and if you want to. So what I do is I tell the peer the host information. That would be like the host name and host blurb, host rules, whatever you want. Because what I do in Pignorium, for example, is I have a host name and a little bit of extra stuff that I want to send over to the peer that is connecting, so they can store that information inside a previously connected, you know, so they can have a local list of servers, mark favorites, and reconnect and do kinds of things like that. But the host name is basically the server name. But if you don't use any of that, it's fine. That's just, you know, you can tack that on if needed later. Doesn't matter.
Okay, I probably will end up doing something like that because we do have like the Steam lobby list stuff. But no, that's outside of this though. I guess unless I have like a previously connected, but yeah, it's probably unnecessary actually. Okay.
Yeah, because I don't know what you would like to send that isn't already absorbed into the Steam layer of things.
Right.
So it would depend on use case.
Yeah. Okay. So then
that would be basically the first. If you think about it, there's like a hierarchy of how early you can get to send something, and the first stop is on Peer Connected. That's the first time you can send something over to them through an RPC.
Yeah. Okay, so now that we have on Peer Connected, we can move to the next one, which would probably be on server. Let's see. I'm just going in order.
Well, no, wait. You still have the. Did you add the new member to the list?
Yes.
And the validate member. That's the final step.
Oh, what is validate member?
That's basically, so validate member for this implementation is where the host validates that the member is okay to join the game. Like, do you have the correct game version? Are you in the correct region? Do you have enough low latency enough? You're not banned. You're not.
Oh.
You know, I don't know. Stuff like that. Whatever you want. That's when you check before you bring them into the game logic of things. So anything that you need to do to validate that this is someone that is allowed in, you put underneath that validate member.
So I should make a separate function to validate the member.
Yeah. And then that eventually then trickles out into the lobby manager raising a signal that they have validated a member. At that point, the lobby manager is done.
Okay,
At that
so
point, the player manager listens to the signal and starts bringing them into the game logic side of things.
okay, so
So you see the separation, right?
yeah.
Between the connection and the game logic.
What up, Dino? So validate member. This is going to be called before we add it into the connected member or connected players.
No. You still have the connection.
Oh, you still have the
Right.
connection, but after the
So
connection, we
after you-
validate.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I should.
In the add member, the last thing you do is you call validate member, and pass the ID or the full member if you want. It doesn't matter.
I should probably do just the ID then.
Yeah, it's the ID is enough because the validate member is going to be like RPC question: what game version are you?
Hmm.
Who are you?
Okay.
You know.
So.
Whatever you want.
Oh boy.
In your case, I would say that you probably don't want to do anything complex right now, at least. Instead, we want to get through this. So you're going to leave a comment, let's say that this is the validation process, blah, blah, blah. And then you leave that empty and just raise the signal.
Okay. Validate member. And then what I'll do is, say like
Yeah.
print validated, and then I'll just put a bunch of comments in saying like check
What that's
game
supposed to be,
version, check ban.
Because once you slept on this, you're gonna go and say, "Oh, that's an unnecessary step," but it isn't. It's the only place inside this chain of logic where you have this distinct opportunity to actually validate that that guy is supposed to be with you.
Okay.
Any earlier, you don't have the connection set up, so you don't,
You can't,
You
yeah.
want to establish the connection first, and anything later, he has already been added as a player and so on. So this is the only time you do it.
Okay. Check game version, check ban. I think that's really it for now.
Yeah.
Okay.
Again, that would depend on use case. So.
Right. Okay, cool.
And then you want to raise the signal that says new member validated. In my case, it's I'm just raising an event that carries with it the peer ID.
And where does this signal get connected to?
First and foremost, the player manager, because the player manager, as soon as a connection has gone through the validation, the player manager adds a new player.
Okay. We'll do like member validated, and we'll have a int, and we'll just say member validated dot emit with the PID. Something like that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sick.
So now the lobby manager is set to handle incoming connections. But now we also need to be able to start and stop the host.
Right.
So
Host is
the
next.
lobby manager, now you need a function that is just start host.
Okay.
Because that is what's going to bring up the whole network.
Yep. Oh, 80 stream streak. Holy moly. All right, so we'll do a func start host.
And I can't even claim my bonus on your stream. What is this? Oh.
Privacy as a privacy enum. And then we're also going to have the backend as the backend. Let's do backend first, though. Okay. Start host. We have backend and we have the privacy, because those are the two big things that we need.
Yeah, start host. that is, I usually pipe my UI through some kind of UI API layer class that everything calls into, and then it spreads out into the game logic. But when you basically press start host, start lobby, whatever it is, that would end up in this start host. And the start host, as I wrote it, would be, I'm trying to find it.
So
this is massive.
what I'll do,
it starts on line 137.
why is this not working?
Oh yeah, so this is part of what I was brute forcing through, because if you ever had a host already set up and you want to close it down and open up another host and so on, then you are running into different kinds of issues of remaining peers and stuff like that. So if you look at the start host, I was looking at the stop host.
Duh.
Yeah, the start host. Oh yeah, so here's another thing. Start host, remember, you don't want to make it possible for your game to try to start more than one host at the same time.
Right.
So what I also have in the lobby manager is a lobby state.
Yes.
And that lobby state then will be offline when there's no server, no host running.
Yes, I have offline, then I have running.
Yeah, I have offline, launching, and running. I think is
Offline, launch, and running.
Lobby state. Yeah, I don't know. I only see the running here, so and offline.
So what I could do is var lobby state as a lobby state, and then I'll just make it, I'll set it to lobby state dot offline by default. Yeah, and then I'll check when we do start host if lobby state is not running.
It's just, if someone spams start host button,
yeah,
they shouldn't be able to try to launch several, because that is just not fun.
Okay, so if lobby state is running, we'll just return. We won't do anything.
Yeah, because you didn't have launching, right?
Right.
I would take it one further and say if it is not offline, return.
If it's not offline, return. That makes sense.
Yeah, because that means that if you ever run into the need of more states, you don't have to change the line.
Yeah.
So because the only time this is allowed to run is if you are offline.
Makes sense. Okay, so now I have to do the eNet stuff for creating the host, which is going to be. Oh, I actually think I have this. I have this in a weird spot.
So there's more stuff here. What I do, looking at my start host, because remember my lobby also take into account that we have to do cleanup from pre-existing lobbies, and if you crashed or there's anything remaining, we have to reset everything, blah blah blah.
Mm-hmm.
So it does check that we have 0 children, otherwise it also returns out, because if we have any lobby member underneath us, we aren't ready to go.
So we should do some checks.
Yeah, so if you have get child count more than 0, return out.
If get child count
what I do
is greater than or greater than 0, return. All right.
And I also output a log getter into my logging system, but that doesn't matter. It's basically if you get an unclean game instance, you would have to restart it before you can host again. That would be an issue, but that's a good check at least, because you don't want to start a host with pre-existing lobby members, stragglers running around.
Do you think instead of just returning, if the get child count is greater than 0, we clear it out first.
Yeah, well, that comes. I do have clear all and so on, but let's take the. I don't know this class in and out anymore, so I'm just reading what I got. I know that I have clear all and reset and stuff as individual methods inside the class, but I don't know when I call them, so we'll see.
Gotcha. We'll work
At some point.
Work on it. Yeah.
It's gonna pop up. Especially, when you stop the host. If you stop the host, what I do there, check that it is the server that is calling stop host, because if we're not the server, we're not allowed to close the server. And then we close and throw away the multiplayer peer. There we call the clear all method that will do things and raise an event and set the state back to offline. The clear all itself would make sure, that basically just removes all the member nodes underneath and clears the list of members.
Okay. I didn't even say Sammy. Crazy. Because Munglo said it. You can't redeem that. Crazy. So what I'll do is I'll make a quick clear all function and just say if get child count greater than 0, then we'll just do
I don't do that in my clear all. I go through the member list instead. So the member instead of accessing the node directly, I let the collection that we have of the nodes that we created, I let that supersede it.
Oh, so you clear that out.
So,
but wouldn't the nodes still be there though?
Yeah, exactly. You need to go through that and queue free every node in that connected players. So if you look at the code I do on clear all on 387, it checks that the members is not null. That's just to check that we have at some point created a collection of members. And then we go through each and every one of them and check that it's a valid instance. And if it is, we queue free it. And then at the very end, we just reset the members.
Okay. Hang on. So I need to do.
That's what I do, but you need to do something similar.
If connected players is not empty, or actually we'll just do if not connected players is empty. So if there's something in it, what we'll do is we'll say
here you get into the different
syntax stuff,
GDScript and Godot collections and stuff.
Yeah.
I don't know.
So I can just do this for node in connected players dot. Actually, just because it's an array. Node dot queue free. Expected in. Oh, whoops. There we go. We can check
the clear all is basically to get the lobby manager up to the state where it's fresh and new. So anything that is set and kept track of as we are hosting a server needs to be reset in the clear all.
Yeah.
And then you're gonna have the same in the player manager. If the host goes down, we throw away everything that is the player information, because we don't have any network anymore. We don't have any active players, anything like that. All of that goes away, and the player manager gets cleared out.
Okay, so we're gonna loop through that connected players. We're gonna say double check to make sure that the instance is valid.
Yeah.
If it is valid, we queue free, and then at the end of everything, we're just going to say connected players is reset.
Now, I'm not entirely sure why I even check is instance valid, but I imagine it's because
just an extra safety check.
Yeah, it might be, someone is disconnecting, and then that code throws the server into getting crashed. It disconnects, it triggers the clear all, and at that point we still have the disposed queued node left in the lobby member, and so on. It's Like the node might not be there, but the reference is still in the lobby member collection.
Right.
Things like that.
Okay.
Because things can happen a little bit in different order and so on. So you have these edge case scenarios where something happens just slightly before when you expected it to happen, or it doesn't happen at all, and so on. So you have to take into account those kind of things.
Okay.
But yeah, anyway,
Cool.
Let's get back to the start host.
Yes. So get child count. If it's greater than 0, we return.
Yeah. So immediately then, after we've gone through the checks, we set the state of the lobby manager to launching, or in your case,
Lobby state equals dot
whatever you did.
Running.
Yeah. See, the reason I have launching is because I set it to launching in the beginning of this, and then as the host and everything has been completed, and the host comes back to us and say the host is ready, that's when we go up into running.
That makes sense. I'm gonna do that. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, because that also gives you an indication of which state you are failing at if you have issues.
Let's see. Enum, lobby state, offline, launching.
See, I haven't actually thought about this. That's what happens when you just spend like 2 weeks on writing what's
Vicos.
700 lines of code. It's such a stupid thing to do.
Okay, there we go. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the team. So we set the lobby state to launching. Next, we're gonna check the back end.
Yeah, so what I do there, I don't know how you do it because you get Steam involved, but I just basically create a new eNUT multiplayer peer, set the IP and port, and start raising the host.
Yes. Let me double check to see what I'm doing, because so this is also part of why I wanted to rework this. Is I'm like doing it in my main menu scene. So like when you press the button,
that's not the place to do it.
Yeah. And then I switch out of the main menu scene, and that's why it's like,
yeah, it
works, but it's not it doesn't work well.
A good practice is just separating the UI from the logic.
Exactly. So what
I'm
going to do here,
have a dynamic menu of sorts, like the dynamic part of things inside the UI elements that are moving around, changing it, location and size, and reacts to mouse input and all that. Put that on the script that is on the UI thing. But anything that affects the game logic, or say what it is and so on, that you put on the other side inside the game logic.
Right. So now like what I can end up doing is, when I press the host button, I'll just call lobby manager.
It looks like you're doing
to do it
the same. Yeah. So instead of that create host, just take that whole create host with you, I think.
Yeah, I'm just splitting it up real quick.
Yeah.
Just because there's some.
I would. Yep.
Yeah. And then I have the.
Yeah,
okay, so now this is the weird part, because I ran into an issue here with the Steam lookup. I removed multiplayer manager as well. That's why it's throwing all these errors. But basically, multiplayer manager, add local player. What that's doing is doing the setting the Steam persona name and then adding that.
Yeah, so add local player, that is part of the play manager. That comes off the
That's not yet, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so we're not there yet.
Right now, as it relates to the lobby manager, we don't concern ourselves with the play data at all.
Right.
We are only concerned about the connection stuff. So what the start host does is initializing the multiplayer peer to get the host up and running, so it can accept connections.
Here it is. This is what I need.
About in this.
So now I need this part, which is creating the Steam lobby. I did drop a couple
Yeah,
frames,
so-
Kezer.
I haven't done that, so I don't know exactly what you are doing with that.
Yeah, so what this is
Create a little
doing,
bit, I would imagine that basically registers into a master server that this is a game up and running, so you can find me here, so people can then connect through that master server to your
yeah.
host,
So
which is fine.
let me grab that.
Yeah,
'Cause-
I would put that in a separate method inside the lobby manager that is like register to Steam or something like that.
Oh, okay. Because what I'm doing here is when I go to start host, I just back up so I have an argument for the back end, whether we are using Steam or if we're using eNet.
Yeah.
And this is only called by host anyways, so I don't need that check. I need to stick the lobby created signal, and then if privacy is equal to is equal to privacy dot private, otherwise public. Max, we'll just do 6 for now. And this will create the Steam lobby and set the connection. So on lobby created is what I need.
Yeah, what I pass in as parameters to starting the host is the IP and port and the maximum amount of clients.
Yep. That's what we do right here. Although we're not bothering with IP because I don't even want that connection stuff to go in there.
Yeah, well, it's yeah, I don't. You know what? I need to take a quick break. I'll be right back.
Yeah, go for it. Okay, so what I'm gonna do for everyone. Also, are we enjoying this? Is this good? I'm finding this extraordinarily helpful. Instead of like trying to read out the messages and like see what Munglow's saying, this is actually so helpful right now, for me at least. Hopefully, it's helpful for you guys as well to understand what's going on, how it's all going. Hopefully, it's working. So now what we're doing is Steam lobby created. On the lobby created, what we're gonna do is find that lobby. On lobby created, this is where we actually create the Steam stuff. So I'm just gonna grab it. I'm just laughing every time Uncle goes, no.
Yeah. I mean, come on. What do you expect, chat?
We're doing good. We're doing good. Paste. Okay. So I need to remove. What am I doing here? Oh, oops. Oh, that's Shift Tab. There we go. And then I need to take the lobby ID because that gets passed when you create it as an int. And then we also need connected as an int. Connected. Ooh. Int. There we go. We don't need that. All right, so let's see. What this is doing is creates the lobby, creates a lobby ID, sets our multiplayer peer. Listening in while at work, I feel like I'm learning a lot despite not paying full attention. That's awesome. How does your webcam look better than my DSLR? That's the question. I'm a VTuber. My tripping is some time ago. We were trying to rebuild multiplayer and now we are destroying it. We're doing both. We're doing both. Plot twist, he uses a DSLR as a webcam. Yeah, I don't have that much money. That's crazy. That's crazy. I'm using a Logitech C920X at 1080p. Yeah. Yeah. But also, Ika, your big thing is lighting. You know, as being a professional game developer, I know a little bit about lighting when it comes to 3D models. Me being a 3D model, you need to have tri-lighting. I only have dual lighting right now because I have one here, but I don't have any backlighting. If I had backlighting, it would look even better. Harsh light, soft light, farther out in the distance. Lighting makes a world of difference. World of difference. Also, the camera gets worse as it gets later in the evening because my other light here, the window, goes down. You're a sunshine on your own. Aw, shucks. Imagine having a big room.
Saying you got burned?
This isn't a big room. This is a small. I'm in a little office. Found a good shader online for his 3D model. Exactly. Okay, so back to work. We got the lobby created. That's the signal for starting up multiplayer for Steam. I'm not too worried about that right now.
Yeah, you got a little bit of stuff there that I don't know about exactly how it runs. I can do assumptions, but you're gonna have to sort that out.
Right.
It's not a big deal.
Yeah, I'm not too worried
It's
about
just,
that.
You know, it's just getting the host up and how people are gonna find that host. It doesn't matter.
Okay.
What I do then is just get all up into just probing network for UPnP and try to do bullshit like that, which you don't have to do.
Sick. So I on host started. We create the peer. I'm throwing an error if there's an error. We're only going to focus on eNet right now. So I should probably also add member.
No. Well, I do a clear members just before I add member.
That makes sense. Else there's no errors, so we'll do clear all.
Just,
add member with our.
Well, I do a member clear, not a clear all, but it doesn't matter.
Yeah, it's the same thing for me.
As long as you don't have the clear all do something over several frames, because oh my god, if you do that,
no,
then
clear,
things will get messy.
Clear all is just checking if we're not empty.
Add member 1 connecting,
and then we'll do connection. Oh wait, it's actually lobby member dot. Crap, what was it? I already forgot the name of the enum.
Yeah,
connection state.
Mine is lobby member state enum. Just exceptionally, extremely verbose.
Lobby member connection.
I'm old and senile, so I gotta be verbose. Otherwise, I don't remember what things are when I see it.
Connecting. Okay. Add member 1, lobby member, connection state, connecting. Bam.
Oh yeah, because you have to access the enum there.
Yeah.
To find the enum inside lobby member, I would just bring that connection state somewhere else. So but it doesn't matter.
It's fine. Yeah, it should work.
It just means that you have to find the enum, you have to go through the lobby member definition.
Yeah. Okay.
Anyway.
Cool.
After we add that, I'm looking at my code again. I'm doing IP, UPnP, trying to validate that it's a valid IP
and all that.
And then I raised the setup ready, which isn't specifically part of the. Yeah, I just raise it. It doesn't actually have any thing going on.
Nomad, you can go into your project settings and you can, or not your project settings, your editor settings, and you can change that. There's a delay on auto completion. I don't remember exactly where it is, but you can change it so it auto completes faster.
Yeah, what I'm wondering here is the way I fire the host setup ready, if that is in any way part of the eNet P. I don't think it is.
Check multiplayer manager.
I think it's just an internal signal from the lobby manager. But that is an important one, because what I do in a lot of places is when host setup is ready, a lot of things are just listening to that and resetting itself because it knows that, oh yeah, I gotta be ready for a new game here, things like that. So I would suggest that you have that as a signal in the lobby manager.
Have a. Sorry, could you? So sorry. Could you?
At the end of start host, you raise a signal that says host.
Like host is ready.
Host setup ready is what I called it.
Host setup ready.
Yeah, host. Just something that tells the rest of the project that I just started a new host. That's the important bit. That it gives you a signal to listen to that gets fired when there's a new host.
Okay.
Because that's a moment in time that you often want to do things like reset things. You need to get that container of projectiles, make sure that's empty. You don't have any lingering stuff from a previous game, or you have to like, for instance, in this case, you want to probably load the lobby level.
Yeah.
And that you would hook up to, when the host is ready, you load the lobby. Bam, done.
Okay, that makes sense.
But you don't fire that signal if the host fails.
Right.
So you don't get into the state where you have the lobby loaded, but the host
is never ready. Yeah.
So you basically try to segment the whole connection and hosting and everything in, as good as possible, a chain of logic that just at any moment in time when it fails, you can exactly see what state things are in and where it is. You know where to look in the logic, in the code, to find the error, the issue. Also, did you do? Let's see and before you raise that signal, you also change the state of the lobby to running.
Yeah, I think that was the first thing I did, was launching. I switched to launching.
Yeah, but
now once we create the host, we can say lobby state equals lobby state.running.
Yeah, because things there, raising the host and everything, there might be stuff that you do there that takes time. You might throw in a wait in to, let's say, in the future, do something like a proc-gen map or something. I don't know. There's a lot of things that could happen. So it's just that launching state might not even survive in launching for a single frame.
Mm-hmm.
But if you get a stall out and the state is launching, you have a very slow, very limited amount of code that can be the cause for the error.
Okay.
Anyway.
Cool.
So that gives you the signal to let the project level logic, the game logic, to say load the lobby. That's fine.
Yep.
So now you can raise the host. And when the host gets launched, we also add the member representing the host. Other clients can connect. When the other clients connect, they will also get added as a member. So what we still need to do then is look at the validation of that member so we can get to the player manager part of it.
Yes.
Because this is almost done.
We still don't, we only have, for our signals though, we only have peer connected.
Yeah, so what I do here is, because, let's see, what I use.
Oh, because that's going to be player manager for that.
Yeah, the thing is, you have in the multiplayer API, you already have connected to servers. So every single node that you have will already have access to the multiplayer events like connection failed, peer connected, disconnected, and so on. What I do is I just wrap them into a C# event handler in the beginning. You don't have to do that, because that would be hard for you.
Yep.
So yeah, the only thing that this do in here, Well, oh yeah. Actually, yeah. So the rest of the things that happen here, what we listen to is connected to server, peer disconnected, server disconnected, and connection failed. Those all are all error stuff, more or less. The on connected to server is basically just a log event that says I connected to host. That's just for debugging purposes.
Okay.
If you want to implement that. On connection fail, just make sure that we remove the multiplayer peer when the connection fails. On server disconnected, that again closes down the multiplayer peer, throws it away, runs the clear all, set the state to offline, and raise an event for the disconnected. So these are things that you don't need to get it working. So I'm saying that if you want to implement that, it's easy to find the code.
Yeah. It's just debug stuff at that point.
Yeah, more or less. It's not just debug stuff, but it's also cleanup. Like on network disconnected, it's the way I clean up the network. Like, how do I go about taking the multiplayer peer, disable it, throw it away, clear out the different things, and so on. So the game instance is ready to connect to someone else. Because it's one of those things, where there's going to be a bunch of data buzzing around when you connect to someone.
So maybe...
And then when you disconnect, all of that buzzing data needs to go away.
So something like on peer disconnected, I would remove the peer from the connected players.
On peer disconnected specifically, what I do is so remember that on peer disconnected, so my comment here on that is that it fires on all peers it fires on all as peer disconnect on host and everyone except the peer that disconnected. So if we are 10 people and one leave, the remaining 9 have on peer disconnected firing.
Right.
And in that case, that's when this lobby manager should remove that lobby member too. That should be implemented.
Yeah, so I need to do maybe I make a new function called remove member using that peer ID.
Yeah, also do a server check because remember it fires on all the game instances.
Right, so func remove member, and all we need is the peer ID. We don't really need the state. And we'll do if not multiplayer is server, return, and then we'll do if connected players dot has PID. So if it has the player ID, oh wait, no, I can't do that because it needs to be, that's the nodes. So I'm gonna have to loop through it.
You're gonna have to check inside it. I don't know how you do that.
For node in connected players, if node.pid is equal to PID, then we will say node.queue_free, and then we also want to do connected players dot erase node.
Remove? Okay.
Erase, yeah. I believe that would work. Let me double check though, because
you would probably the queue free wouldn't.
The queue free, yeah, that's where I'm like, oh wait a sec. I think the queue free actually.
I would flip those 2 lines.
Yeah.
The queue free you want to probably do after you removed it from the connected player.
Yeah. I probably even want to set deferred, don't I?
Nah, that doesn't matter.
Okay.
The Q3 just basically marks it as this should get removed, and then at end of frame or whatever it is, it gets removed.
Okay,
so it's
cool.
Already deferred when you queue it. You could free it without Q3, just free, but then it just gets removed immediately.
Yeah, I'd rather queue.
Yeah.
Okay. So we have removing the member now. That should be good.
Yeah, so that basically, remember, so when you, that also has the impact here that the node gets removed on the host, but since it's replicated across the network automatically with the multiplayer spawner and the synchronizer, this on the lobby member, the synchronizer will be marked as public. That means that everyone across the network has that lobby member dropping out.
Right.
So that means that you can say put in a listener for child exit tree and fire off events on everyone that someone left.
Oh, that'd be a good idea.
Right.
So you could say, like, you could put a chat message in saying, like, so and so left the game.
Yeah.
Oh, that'd be good.
So, but that isn't really within the scope of the lobby manager. That would be
that'd be more player manager, wouldn't it?
Yeah. So I think there's probably something like that kicking around in the player manager. But
okay.
Yeah. Remember that you have the way. The point here that I'm trying to bring up is that the node that gets replicated, that represents this connection, when that gets removed, it will get removed on all the game instances. And that is an event that you can listen to on the other game instances. So the lobby manager that you're writing now on the host does not have to tell everyone else, oh, this guy over here left. It can happen automatically.
Okay.
There's nothing RPC or anything like that you have to do. So, and that is the idea of how I structure this, is to just let the high-level multiplayer spawner and the synchronizer do as much lifting as possible. It won't work everywhere, but you know, you cross that bridge when you get there.
Right.
But for this specifically, you know, with the lobby member and the player object, it works great. It just works.
Cool.
And as you get to the other end of this, when you start actually working against the player data and so on, you will start seeing it in a different way, because this you know, in the beginning when you started multiplayer, you want to do RPC everything and so on because you want to learn how to do the multiplayer stuff. But on the other end of this, when you construct the player data and so on correctly, a lot of the code, like 70% of the code, will still be the same as you were writing it single player. That's the key. That's the part that I say make your life easy.
Yeah.
And that's where you get the benefits of this.
That makes sense.
But it, as you can see, like the lobby here, obviously with the lobby, with the connection and everything, that's, yeah, it's a little bit much in the beginning, but you have to get over this, and then the player manager, and then the player data, and then when you get through all of that, you can start reaping the benefits.
That makes sense. Okay, so is there anything missing from the lobby manager now? Besides like the debug things, I don't.
On the, let's see, on the player disconnected, on connected to server, what does that actually do? That's just a connection message, a debug message. On connection failed, that is actually, yeah, what on connection failed, that is when a client is started but times out after, you know, whatever the timeout is set to. At that point, I throw away the multiplayer peer, because we don't want the peer left because it's a failed one. You know, it's like the Yeah, the one that they didn't want, your parents, I mean, but you're still here, so it's fine, I guess. Sometimes.
So I don't know if that's. Oh, there is
It,
connection
it's
failed
it's yeah, it's
on.
mainly for the log message, but also to remove the multiplayer peer because that is a multiplayer peer that is not functioning. So you do not want to have other places in the code trying to use that multiplayer peer because the way the multiplayer peer works in Godot is also that, like when you bring up the enet peer and you assign it, sure, fine, that means that you have a multiplayer peer in your project. But you can also create a new multiplayer peer and assign it to a node, and that node and all its children is running through that multiplayer peer. So you can have several multiplayer peers in the same game instance that are running different things. I mean, you could write 4 different games with 4 different multiplayer peers and so on. Are you with me?
Yeah, sorry, I was just fixing some volume things. There we
Yeah.
go. But yes, that makes sense.
So the multiplayer peer getting dropped and set to null when connection fails can be important, not for the lobby manager. The lobby manager knows what's going on, but for every other code that you write in the nodes that are everywhere else in the project.
So I'll do like PID connection failed as a print. And when the connection fails, though,
you won't have a PID. You don't have a peer ID. You were never assigned the peer ID. You weren't getting onto the network.
Oh, so then where?
So in the Ready, you hook up to the multiplayer on, what was it? On connection failed. Because that's a multiplayer API event signal that fires. And when that fires, you want to take the multiplayer peer that you have and throw it away.
But we don't have the peer yet because we don't even have the peer ID.
Sure you do.
Oh, we do.
Get tree, get multiplayer peer equals null. It depends on how your project is set up, but you are just going to use one multiplayer peer, right?
Yeah.
You're not going to complicate things. So your tree will only have one multiplayer peer. So you do get tree, get multiplayer, multiplayer peer equals null. Done.
So get tree, get multiplayer.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, you do have it. Good.
But then that has an argument for the path of the node, which I don't have. Because the node only gets added when they connect through add member.
Hang on. What?
That's why I'm saying I don't even think.
I'm gonna have to look at my code here to see where this is ending up.
Yeah, no problem. Actually, I'm gonna grab some water real quick. I think it's a good spot to grab water. I will be right back real quick. I'll check up the words real quick as well for anyone that wants them. Boom. Yeah, my mouth is just dying. Bam.
I actually don't know what the hell I'm doing this for. Wouldn't it just be...
Apparently it's taking forever to load. There we go.
Yeah, why would I get the tree?
All right, I'll be right back real quick. Boop.
I think my brain just had a thought when I wrote that code. Yeah, I don't know. Oh, wait. No, wait. No, we have to get the peer on the top node, don't we? Yeah. Yeah, it is the same method as Kumino was trying to do. Get multiplayer with node path, but it defaults to null. Oh, it's fine. It's I mean, it's a shared chat now, I guess, so. Yeah, it's fine. I think this is because I think I do get multiplayer peer equals nulls because I need to get the multiplayer peer on the top node of the scene tree. So I because if I assign a multiplayer peer to a node, it will change on that specific node, and all its children will inherit that change. That's why we want to change it on the top node. But I should have left a comment on that because I have no idea if that is what's going on. Probably. Yeah. Let's say that is the case, because why else would I try to get it this way? Doesn't make any sense.
All right, I've returned.
Yeah, I have reasoned myself into believing past self here. So I think this is the correct approach to throw away the multiplayer peer. Because remember, we can set the multiplayer peer on a node, which isn't the same multiplayer peer as everyone else. So when we want to remove the multiplayer peer for the whole project, we need the topmost node in the scene tree. So we get the multiplayer peer for the whole project, for the whole game instance. And that's the one that we set to null. That will then set every single node in the game instance to have no multiplayer peer. That's probably why I do the get tree. And looking at my get multiplayer, that has the node path, but it defaults to null. So do you actually have to pass anything into it, is the question.
Doesn't look like it. Yeah, doesn't look like I have to.
Yeah, because for me, I have node path equals null, so it defaults to null, and then I just go multiplayer peer equals null.
So get tree, get multiplayer.
Yeah, and it defaults to an empty string. If you mouse over it again, you can see that it defaults to an empty string, so it's fine.
Okay.
You can see that it has node path equals blah blah blah.
Yeah. And then I'll say
dot multiplayer peer equals null.
Equals null.
And that will mean that every single node inside your game instance will not have a peer to access, which is the key, because the connection failed. There is no multiplayer peer. Otherwise, they will try to make use of an invalid multiplayer peer.
Cool. But connection failed does not pass in a PID, does it?
No, because again, you don't have
right. You don't even have it yet. Yeah, so I don't need that argument.
A peer ID assigned when you are part of the network.
So I just write connection failed. There we go.
And then you have server disconnected and peer disconnected. Not important. You can look at that later.
Yep. We already got the
So-
peer disconnected too, just to remove the member. All right. So next up is the player manager stuff.
No, now we just check that you have the validation out from the lobby manager setup. So, you know, when you add a member, and at the end of the add member, you do the validate member.
Yep.
Uh,
So once we add member, we validate at the end.
Yeah, and at the end of validate member,
It emits a member validated signal with the peer ID.
yeah. Okay, so now we go to the player manager and add a connection to that signal.
Okay. So I'll do
because you can think of it as this: the lobby manager does all the connection magic, and when it is validated, it hands over the member to the play manager, at which point the play manager goes, "Oh, hey, hello there," and creates a player data object.
So lobby manager dot member validated dot connect on member validated func on member validated.
Yeah, so in the player manager I got, there's there's 5 different things that I'm listening to in the ready.
Okay, let me jump over to it.
So
lobby manager. Where's the player manager? I've exceeded my secondary rate limit. What does that mean?
Yeah, I have no idea. But it's not. These things are, especially in the play manager. The play manager in that lobby project is very bare minimum. It basically only contains the player object spawning and the cleanup. That's basically all we do.
Oh, okay. So what we want to do is on member validated. This is where we're going to call the spawn function.
Yeah. So let's write it as I've done, so we can keep track of what we're doing. So go up to this top of it. You don't need a reference. You already have the signal correct, right? You
I have an
actual reference to the lobby manager.
Yep, I have lobby manager member validated connected to this random function I just made.
And then you have the player data. That's the prefab for the player object,
the
player node. And then you need an array of players.
Right.
That is the player data.
So var.
Again, this class has many things that are the same as the lobby manager because it has the same way of functioning. It spawns things underneath it that contains a little bit of data to represent the thing that it should, and we keep track of it through that array, just like we did with the lobby members. So it's all the same thing, really. But then in enter tree, I initialize the player list, the player collection, and I hook up the spawn function. And in the ready, I do all the event listening.
Oh, interesting. So you do on enter trees where you set the spawn function.
Yeah, it really doesn't matter. In this case, I probably just thought it looked good with having only the event listeners in the ready. But one thing to consider is that enter tree fires before ready, and a bunch of stuff that you write might not be ready to be hooked up to because they might reset the listeners or signals and yada yada. So when you do the listener part of a signal, you want to do it in ready for the most part.
Yeah.
Because things might not be ready otherwise.
And then in enter
Yeah.
tree, you're also setting the players just to be an empty array?
Yeah, so in C#, I have the lists as is the collection type is a list of mLobby players, and it needs to be initialized. It needs to be created before I can use it. So what I do in enter tree is I initialize it.
Oh, okay. I don't need that then. Not in GD script. I can just do this.
Yeah.
Bam. All right.
Yeah, I could do that too. It's just, yeah, it doesn't matter. It's just like semantics. It's like potato, potato.
You mean potato, potato?
No.
No, potato, potato.
And then in the ready, we have the member validate connection, but here we hook up the child enter tree to a when child enter tree. That's going to be important.
Oh, child entered tree, connect on child entered tree. What the heck is that?
Yeah.
Well, I know what it does, but I don't know what it does.
My listeners are always prefixed as when. So instead of on child enter tree, it's when child enter tree. I don't know when I started doing. Yeah, I don't know when I started to do that, but I like it. So I have to try to convert other people. But yeah, the when enter tree, just make a comment in that. This is how non-host populate the playlist.
Non-hosts populate the players array.
Player array, play collection, whatever. Yeah, because remember, when the host adds the player node, that will pop up on all the game instances, which means that the other game instances that aren't a host can just listen to the child enter event, and when that node pops in, it just slips it into the array and it's ready to go. You don't have to do any negotiation with RPC, tell them to create an object or anything.
Okay, cool.
So then we have on host closed, on server disconnected, and leaving host. I do cleanups. You can ignore that. You're gonna have to sort your cleanup yourself. I'm not gonna clean anything up after you. And then we have the on lobby member validated, which you already did.
Yep.
And let's go to the spawn play data object, the spawn functions, spawn play data. That is already implemented. Good. So what we do is we go to the when child enter tree. Go to that one.
Yep.
We'll implement that first because what we do in that, we check that we are not the server.
Okay.
Right. So if you are the server, you skip it because this is only for the clients.
Holy typing. If multiplayer is server, return. Check.
Yeah. And then as this comes in, on child enter tree, you also have the parameter coming in as the node. So that's, you forgot about that.
Node as node. Actually, as player data. Be specific.
Yeah. Yeah, sure. So what I do then is, I check that it is indeed a player node. So we haven't accidentally added a different node because again, you might mess up and add a different node underneath the play manager because you're drunk, sick, you left the room and someone else, your cat went over the keyboard or something. Doesn't matter. It's a sanity check. And then I check if the player collection already has that player, and if it doesn't, I add it.
Has node.
So
So if it doesn't have it, then we will do players dot append node.
Yeah, and I mean this looks very convoluted and extra work just to do it, but it is only to make it more sane, so you don't end up with weirdness because you added some other kind of node underneath the play manager, or you added the same play node 2 times because you're an idiot. Anything like that will be caught up by those little bit of extra lines, which is good. It makes it harder to fail.
Makes sense.
So that's all that the clients will do. That will make sure that every single game instance that isn't the host will have a valid player list. So this player manager, even on other game instances, will be able to get that player data from, well, if you want to say, if game instance A want to know how much score play instance D has, they just go play manager get player D dot score, something like that. So it just makes it really easy because you don't have to do the RPC steps or anything. Anyway.
Okay.
When child entry said when lobby member validate, that one.
Yep.
That's when we check first then. Well, I don't even do the check when I look at it. I mean, the lobby member validated, in this case, that signal will not fire on a non-host because it's only the host that do the validation.
Right.
So, but if you want, you could throw in a if not server, then return out. But if you don't want to do that, you just
do
put together and call the player, add, or whatever you had.
Okay, so now I need to make a add player function that's going to spawn them and basically do the same thing as the lobby add member.
Yeah, my lobby member validation creates the dictionary, calls the spawn function, and take that and put it inside the player collection directly. So it just does everything. As soon as a member validation is done, we just create the player data, add it to the collection, and we raise the signal that the player data, the players have changed. Something happened with the players. There's another one or one less, or
okay. Yeah, so I'll do a function for add player or add player data.
Well, add new player.
New player, yeah. Add new player data, because this is the data of the player. I think we.
Yeah, in my head, it's just an object that represents the player.
Okay, member validated also
that, like the thing that runs around in the world, that's an avatar of the player.
Yeah, it's fine. All right, so add player data, where we're also getting a PID to it, because it gets called with that. So then I can do this is where I create the dictionary first, which this is only called on the server. Yep. So if multiplayer is server, if not, return.
Yeah, only the server is allowed to add.
Yeah, only the server is allowed. I'm just doing the random check just to make sure. So now I need to create the player data dictionary, which is going to have the player state, my peer ID, the team, and then I can also have the player name in here, which is.
I mean that will probably change as you go, but like right now, the play state will be dependent on what state the game is in. Probably, like, are you in the pre-game phase where
Yeah, like I
everyone
have
is
what I
sitting,
have here
running around in the
is
lobby or something? You know,
I
it's
have none, disconnected, connected, ready, playing, and spectating.
yeah. So disconnected and connected, those don't have anything to do with the player state. That's the connection states. So now you're already muddying up the water, right?
Oh. I thought the reason to have these two in was because if someone disconnects, their lobby manager reference is gone, but their player
Yeah,
data is still there.
yeah. The thing is, I wouldn't. I'm an idiot, right? So I try to name things so I don't get confused. So in that case, if I were to implement a reconnection mechanic, I would have the player state fall into something like missing. So we have a play data with no active peer in the lobby manager. That would put the player data into a state of missing. There's a missing peer. There's no connection on the network that is part. Well, that is that play data represents, right? But it does the naming then doesn't deal with any of the connection, disconnection, and
I
so
see
on.
what you're saying.
It's just
Yeah.
it's just basically semantics, but naming can really help you keep track of what's going on.
Okay. So then maybe what I do instead is I rename player state to like data state. And I'll say like none, missing, ready, running. And they're spectating though.
Yeah, so
Hmm.
let's I'm gonna look what I have in my first off my player data. That would be in the public data. I don't have any states at all there. Hang on, I'm gonna have to check in my UTA public data. That's like the override for the play data that are used in the project. And in there we have a play mode and a play state. The play state has non-lobby spectating alive dead. The play mode is for in this project I have you are either running around, you're building, you're interacting. So you have non-attacking, building, interacting. That basically handles with input and stuff on your game instance. It doesn't matter that much over the network, except for updating the visual model of the player a little bit. But non-lobby spectating live, that leaves you to have none as the default reference. Lobby, that's when we are sitting around waiting for the game to start. Spectating is when we are just spectating without being part of the game. Alive, we are running around. Dead, we are in limbo waiting to spawn again. That's probably all you need, I think. But I don't know. It depends on the project.
Yeah.
But it definitely has nothing to do with the connection.
Okay.
Because again, the play data has nothing to do with the connection.
Yeah, so I think what I'm going to do then, for ease of everything making sense, is I'll change this to data state. Because it's not, I keep confusing player with avatar. So I think just renaming it to data is just going to be easier for me. But I don't want to say connected. I want to say instead as a data state. So we'll say none. We'll have none.
Lobby, spectating, alive, dead. That's all the things I need for my project. Because when I'm in the main menu, before the game starts up and so on, there's well, everyone will be in lobby and just waiting for everyone to get ready. And the ready flag is separate from it.
Yeah, so for me, the ready flag would be when you press the ready button.
Yeah.
But
in my public data for the player, the ready is just a boolean, and I use that in the lobby before we start the game, and at the end of the game, I reuse it to do the continue button when we have the pause screen.
that makes sense.
So when everyone is ready, or really there should be a countdown timer there too. But when everyone press continue, I go back to the main screen with the lobby state, and we reset the ready flag, and everyone gets to press ready again, and the new game starts.
So what do you set the state to when the player disconnects, like, and they're trying that, like, they're gonna reconnect at some point, or you think that they might?
So I don't do any of that.
Okay.
Because I don't care to implement that kind of stuff here, but I would. So it would depend on how you want to how you game mechanically, how you want that to work. Like, are you going to leave the avatar just standing around in a corner? Are you going to kill the avatar around? Are you going to take them out from the game completely? Let's say that you're playing, making a competitive 3 versus 3 game. I'm
probably just gonna leave the avatar in the game and just not doing anything.
So at that point, this data state will not change, because that doesn't the state of the player is not changing, but you are lacking the connection that drives the player. So what you would want to do is basically, hey, this public data is now flagged as disconnected, like missing. The player, the connection is not there in some fashion, and basically start a timer, put a timestamp on it, and say, yeah, you got 1 minute to reconnect. And if you reconnect and we can validate you as being this player, then instead of, then you would interject into the player manager when the lobby member validated. You would check if that is someone that already has the player, and if they would be, then you put them in contact with that player. You update the player data so that it is now connected to that lobby member, and they can just slide in and start controlling their avatar again. But all of that, it kind of depends a lot about your specific project.
Right.
But what you want to do then is, like the player, the easiest way, obviously, is to not support it. So when the lobby member disappears, you also destroy the player. So you just take that player, throw it away, throw all the things they have on the network away. Done. Easy. But in other case, you have to leave them and allow for a reconnect, but you can't leave them on there forever. Oh, well, you can, I guess, but you wouldn't want to, I'm betting. That is for you to implement. It's just that somehow you would have to flag the player data, that this player data is disconnected, in limbo.
Maybe like waiting. Valid. Do you think waiting would be a good?
Yeah, I mean, I would. For my case, I wouldn't care about having, being them dead or alive or anything, because it's a cheap thing to spawn them in again. Which means I would just, if they disconnect, I would just kill them off and put the player state in missing. Okay. As in your data state, as in missing. So then when you do put the data state into missing, we also flag it with a timestamp that says we started missing at this time, and then we can check how long we've been missing.
Okay, we'll go missing. So
because at at some point you have to just give up and throw the player away.
Yeah. Okay.
But then again, you can also just say that they can stay around until the end of game, and if they haven't reconnected, then they get flushed before we start the next match. That's also, then you don't have to do the timestamp. So it's just a matter of how you want to implement it in your case. But that, yeah, it's just.
Yeah, it should be.
There's 1,000 different ways of doing things.
There really is. Okay, so we'll go back to the add player data or add new player data, sorry. And we check for the server, we create the data dictionary, and now we're going to call the spawn function with that dictionary.
Yeah.
But before, no, we do that, and then we'll do the checks. So we'll do spawn.
So there are certain open problems with this, obviously, because the spawn function is accessible for the other game instances. So, you know, it opens up a vector for cheaters and stuff like that, but who cares?
Yeah, I'm not too. I mean, if someone's going to take the time to cheat in this game, I don't know.
Yeah, and also if they spawn in a player data object on their client, that player data will only exist on their game instance. How much can they achieve with it?
Literally nothing.
That's where you come in and thinking about cheating and how that works in your game. But I mean, there's always going to be people cheating if your game takes off.
When?
So
when?
Yeah, you know, potato.
All right, so if not, player has new player data, then we will append it into the players dot append new player data, and then otherwise we're going to say mega error occurs. So we'll just do like a else print mega error, you shouldn't be, or something has gone wrong. Easy. Cool.
I also have, you know, the get player, because at some point, other parts of your code wants to have access to that player data, so they would ask the player manager to give them the player.
Oh, that's a good idea. Yeah, have like a get player function.
Yeah.
So
for me, I don't know if you can do it in GDScript. I assume you can, but do you have out variables?
What do you mean by an out
parameters? So in my case, we have a method that is get player. We pass in a peer ID. It returns a boolean, but it will also have a parameter that is the player object that is marked as an out parameter. So get player. Whenever we ask for a player, if get player and if that returns true, then we have a code block of doing something with that player, and the player is returned through the call to that get player. But
I should be able to do something.
I don't know.
I mean, I probably could do something like that, but in this case, I'd probably just return player data and then return null if it doesn't work.
Yeah, the problem with that is that you basically null check on the other end instead of just having a boolean that's...
I wonder if I could. I feel like I probably could output. Just a little bit.
Yeah, I don't know.
We'll see.
Either way, it doesn't matter. It's just a convenient thing to do. It makes the code a little bit cleaner and easier to follow.
Yeah.
But yeah, in that get play, check if that exists. If so, return it. Otherwise, return null.
So for player in players, I'll do if player dot PID is equal to PID, then return player.
Yeah.
Player. Otherwise, we are just going to return player data. Or I wonder if I could just return null. Yeah, I can.
And then in my, well, on the play manager that is part of the mlobby, there is a set play name on play because we have the name basically as the example thing. But it doesn't matter for your case.
So for this get player function though, does this need to be an RPC? Because we only want the server to get the player?
No.
Oh.
What? No, that works everywhere.
Oh.
Remember, the data is stored in the player nodes. They are replicated across the network. And every time that gets added to the network, all the non-host will take that node and put it inside their local player list. So that get player will work on everyone.
Oh, okay. I see. Howdy, Vongo. Congratulations on first.
See? Is it connecting? Have the two brain cells started working together?
They're getting there. They're getting there. Slow and steady.
Yeah, but yeah, it's just, again, making the high level stuff in Godot do
all the heavy lifting
for you. Yeah.
Yeah.
So you don't have to care about on this level inside the player manager. You don't care about what is carried by the player object. You don't have to care about the different game instance if it's the host or anything. You just write the get player. It works.
Okay.
Done. And on any other game instance, you just call the get player. Then there's the differences of things happens inside the play data to a certain degree. So if you go to the actual play data object that you have that you want to spawn in now, you can see here that you have the data state, the peer ID, team, and player name. So these are going to be synchronized across the network. The team, at least, are going to be possible to change, I'm guessing, at some point. So let's make that one then use a setter that is set team.
Oh, so make a function for set team.
Just like we did before.
Yeah.
Yeah, because remember when that exported team variable gets synchronized across the network, that set team will run on everyone.
Okay.
Which means that if a player has a team change, we can update their avatar by listening to the team changing. We don't actually have to tell everyone on the network anything else. They just react to that team value changing. So the host only changed the team. Everything else happens automatically. Are you with me?
Yes. Otherwise,
so this is kind of the trick of getting the code to work for you.
Equals. Actually, no. Wait. Set.
It's not that complicated. It's just a matter of putting the different things together and getting to the point where you start thinking this way.
Okay, so the idea here is every time we change the team, it will then call to set it.
Yeah, and in this case, you would also raise some kind of signal, especially then in that set team. You check if, you see you have the peer ID up there as a variable. So in that set team, check if multiplayer get unique ID equals peer ID. If that is true, you raise an event, a signal that says your team has changed. I'm not saying that you're going to use this, but we are using this as an example.
So I could do something like if multiplayer get unique ID is equal to peer ID, then
Yeah, do that after you change the team value.
but after I change
At
it.
the end. Yeah, after.
And this is actually what I would probably do
So that
here is
yeah,
this is
so
where I would tell
line-
the player avatar to like change your team color.
No, 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 no.
Right.
So line 24,
Yep.
comment line 24 up to say that if the local game instance team changed, this fires. But that will only trigger when, well, you can put it on line 20 before the print, I guess. So if, and then the comment, this runs on the game instance whose play data it is. Because remember, this peer ID is whose play data it is. So if this play data object represents your data and the host changes team on you, that is the signal that will be raised. That is the code that runs locally only on your game instance.
Right. But what would be like the use case for this, I guess?
So, for instance, if you put HP, health
Mhm.
value, or any other kind of values that the other peers doesn't have to know critically, they are there synchronized and everything, but they don't have to update UI for it. But you do, because it's your data, like a health bar. So you put the health there. If your health changes, you know that it is your health that changes. You raise the signal, you put the health bar UI into that signal, bada bing, bada boom, everything works. The host just changes the HP value, the health value.
Okay.
Everything trickles through the network and everything works.
So
it would depend on what kind of stuff you're doing. But
I don't think I actually need anything here. Because the only thing that would change would be like the physical color on the avatar.
Yeah, but now we come to that instead. So the thing here is that now you want to also do signal that says that player data changed. Because you changed the player data. So when the set team flips, so in that, between 23 and 24, you do...
So,
oh, no, not in here. Not in here.
Oh. What up, Tricky? Not in
here. You don't want this, yeah, because remember, this is a play data object. This one has a bunch of different places. Like, you can't just have every game instance start hooking up into signals for every player data. You want to have one single signal in the player manager that is player data changed. But you want to raise it when any player changes its data.
Okay. So that would probably be when I create the data, I connect it to a signal.
Well, you just... when the data changes, you call into the player manager and say, raise the signal. The player data changed. You just put a signal in the player manager, and then when the player data changes, you raise it. But you emit the signal. I call it raise, invoke, and so on. But emit. It's a signal. You emit the signal.
Yeah. So I want to emit that whenever I change the data. Now.
Yeah, and that's when you go back to the play data. To the play data object.
Oh. And then here I would say the player manager dot data changed.
Yeah, because here you have the code that checks if it actually does change. And also, this is the replicated side. So this would raise that play manager signal on every instance across the network. Again, right?
Emit, yes. But I want to... Oh, Tricky, thank you for taking a hike.
So here, depending on what you want to do, you would maybe limit who it is, or maybe if you have a team, you could have dedicated team event, for example, for that.
Okay.
What
so
I do, I do local logic that has the events that I raise when things happen for the local game instance.
but with
But yeah,
this
you get the
I think
you
I'm
get the
starting to
idea
get it.
here, right?
But with the
So
signal though, don't I need to give it an argument to say which one changed?
yeah, that's where your implementation will come into it. Like, how do you want to implement this? The whole idea, though, is that this is how the event gets replicated across the network, because we piggyback on the synchronizer, changing the team changes the team value that goes through the set team on all the game instances, and if the team value changes, the local game instance play manager signal play data changed will get emitted.
Okay, give me 1 second.
So
1 second. I just gotta pull this out real quick. All right, sorry about that. I had to plug in my stupid treadmill.
So, depending on how heavy things are and so on, you might want to limit the scope of the signal. Like, how much are listening to the signal? How much will this affect? Maybe you want to have a dedicated signal for a player team change.
Ah. That's
But
probably, I think that's what I would need, because there's no need to change anything else in
because
here.
let's take the avatar colors, for example. If you do it only by this, that means that any player that changes to team would cause all the avatars to listen and react to the event and go like, oh, it was me, it was me, it was me, and the one that who it was will change the color.
So maybe
But yeah, that it comes down to how much you want to limit the scope of the event.
so maybe I'll send it with a
Signal, I mean. Damn it. Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm just calling signals events.
It's fine.
Yeah,
I figured the events are signals. Okay. So player data team change.
Signals are events.
Yeah, events are signals. Just, exactly.
Oh, tomato.
I thought it was potato.
Yeah.
Where's the tomato coming in now?
Yeah. Anyway, so you get the idea of how this works still, right? Because this is the core of this is that you have the player manager change the values in the play data, and the play data then gets replicated. The changes in the play data gets replicated across the network, and on the other side of that replication, you pick up and react on the local game instance. So say that someone changes to team. Okay, that change get replicated across the network, and anything that needs to react just reacts. So in this case, you would put something connected to that listener in the avatar and say, oh yeah, so my team just changed, so I'm going to be this now.
Okay, I think I got it now. Holy moly.
It's just...
You guys should do this more often. I think Muglo would rip all of his hair out.
Oh, I do have full set of hair, but I keep it like 1 centimeter top.
I see. So we're good. You can't even grab it, so you can't even rip it out.
It gets overheated otherwise.
Overheat.
Yeah, it's just too warm. But yeah, I can't stress it enough. That the whole idea of setting this pattern up, if you want to call it a pattern, is that you do not concern yourself with anything on the host side except changing the state flag value in the play data. And the play data then gets synchronized across the network, and then you pick it up and react to the change on the other side.
Okay.
Instead of, obviously you could do an RPC that says player 4 has now changed team to player to team B. You can do that with an RPC, but that will be a couple of RPCs down. You have to then go look for the reference to the avatar and so on.
Okay.
In here, I would say in the player data, whenever someone spawns in as gets an avatar, when you spawn the player in, that avatar should get hooked up as a reference inside their player data.
Yes.
Because the player data has then a reference directly. So, that means that the avatar also would know which peer is driving it, either by authority or a value assigned peer.
Okay.
And then in the team change, you, instead of emitting the event, you can just go, if avatar is this avatar, then we just flip the color on it.
Okay, I think
if we have an avatar, instead of raising the team changed event, if this play data has an avatar, if the team updates, we update the color of the avatar.
Okay.
So you can do it that way, for example. As long as you set up the avatar reference, and you need to set that up on everyone. And that's when the need for an RPC comes, because you can't assign references and resources.
Yeah, you can't do you can't RPC out nodes or resources.
So instead you would pass like when you spawn in an avatar, you can in the avatar spawner have it, have the assigned peer set directly. So whenever, again, child enter tree on the avatar container node. So when an avatar gets added, you see that avatar is assigned to peer 4. You go get player for peer 4, and then you shove that avatar into that avatar data. But that avatar data then is contained on the local game instance. You don't have to replicate that across the network. You just have to make sure that that avatar value exists when that player is actually running around having an avatar.
I gotcha. Don't be gross, Ginger Cat.
And that gets you away from the whole idea of then. I mean, you could spawn in player, then tell everyone, hey, everyone, this player has now spawned in an avatar on this node path. Everyone goes, oh yeah, sure. And then take that node path, get that node from the node path and assign that to the avatar. But all of that can get removed. All you have to do is just listen when an avatar gets added.
Okay.
Because if you use the spawn function to set the assigned peer for the avatar, that means that as that node joins the tree, that peer ID is already correct, which means that any game instance across the network can just take that avatar and shove it into the play data that it belongs to.
Okay. So
you don't have to do any negotiation.
So you don't have just to clarify, you don't have a reference to the avatar in the player data. Rather, the avatar references the player data?
Both.
So I should put I
have both.
Okay. So I should probably...
the avatar knows the play data. The play data knows the avatar.
Okay. So I should probably put that in there.
Because I have the health on the player data. So when the health drops to 0, the avatar gets nuked.
Yeah, and I'm doing object pooling for my avatar. When the
avatar takes damage, the damage inflicted changes the health value inside the play data. So
Okay.
I have a cross reference between them.
And do you have that? So on the player data for the reference to the avatar, do you synchronize the node path, or is that where the?
No, that's when the get children comes in.
Okay.
I would, you know what? I think I actually do it through an RPC right now with an assign avatar method, but you can just as easily pick it up from the node when the avatar node pops in.
So when
It doesn't matter.
okay. Okay. So before I dive into the avatar, then is this pretty much it for player data? Is
Yeah, so this that's why I'm stressing the whole idea of how this can make your life easier.
mhm.
Because depending on what you put in the play data and so on, and how you hook things up, like for instance the avatar, and then you take an avatar instance here, reference I mean in the play data. Let's just put in the var avatar, whatever type it is.
It's just as a player.
Yeah. So that means that when the player gets spawned in, the avatar, that is the player type, gets spawned in. You listen to that in the child entity on the whatever node you have as the container for that the avatar spawner is targeting. And then you just assign that on every single game instance. You just go play manager, get player by this ID, avatar equals this. Because this node, this avatar player has been added to the game as a new node. That means that someone needs to be the parent. Well, not the parent, but yeah. It belongs to a player. So we just go get the player data and update the reference.
Okay, so let me.
And we can do that on, again, across the network, as long as you use the spawn function. So the peer ID is accurate before the node joins the tree. It means that any game instance can just assume it and it will work. The only issue, is the slight time differences that will happen.
Mm-hmm.
So you can paint yourself into a corner where you, on the host, you write a little bit of code somewhere that just assumes that everyone knows this as soon as it happens, but they might not, some things take a little bit of time before it trickles through the network.
Okay. Oh boy. Cam, how do you catch a tortilla on fire? That doesn't make sense.
Yeah, that's some high.
That's some bad. Did you know, Munglo, that Cam used to be a chef? Crazy, right? Still manages to.
Yeah, well, I'm a fat man, so now I'm already hungry. As soon as you started talking about food, oh, immediately my stomach goes, "Oh, food?
What?" Oh man! All right, so I think I got everything. Then I have the lobby manager ready. I got the player manager. Now all I have to do is basically rehook everything back up.
You have the scaffolding for it.
Yes.
This is how it should be laid out, minus a little bit of debugging and, the sanity checks maybe.
Yeah.
But this is how it should be laid out. And it might, as I keep saying, it might seem like a really stupid way of doing it. But the fact that you can just let the synchronizer and the multiplayer spawner do so much work for you, and you can just more or less write the code as if it was single player. Some things you can't, but a lot of it you can.
Okay.
Like, for instance, if someone, if a game instance want to check your name, what is your name? Well, it doesn't actually have to ask the server. It just goes play manager get player by Joscovino dot play name, and that's your name. It doesn't have to concern itself with the layer of network. It doesn't
Yeah.
matter because that synchronized data always lives on the player object,
Hmm.
and it will get replicated across the network. And as soon as a new player data object appears on the network, all the game instances will put it into the list. The only issue then is if one leaves. You might want to check on that too.
Yeah,
I don't
getting
know if I do. Oh yes, yeah. So that is when a player leaves. That's the host removing the node, and when the host removes the node, it despawns across the network. So
And-
you don't remove the node on each game instance. You just do that on the host. That's also one of the things that you have to think about correctly.
that's in the lobby manager. So on like pure disconnected, what we did there, where
Well,
we
yeah, that would be when, yeah. So then on disconnected, I'm talking about the play data. That again, the lobby manager, the lobby member, that's just the connection. So that should always be existing. When you have the connection leaves, you throw it away immediately.
okay.
But the play data, if someone leaves, like properly do a valid exit from the host, leave host. We didn't actually check on that, but that's also part of the lobby manager, leave host,
leave.
because everyone will also use the lobby manager to do the connection, to join host and leave host. We did not do those. Maybe we want to look at that before we.
I think that's a good idea. Yeah. So lobby.
That is the. Did I? No, there it is. I thought I closed everything down here, but I didn't. Yeah, so the first one then is the stop host when we want to stop anything down. Well, stop running the game. I don't know if you have that, but that's straightforward. If you read the code, that's just closing the multiplayer peer, setting the peer to null, clear all, and raise host closed, and setting the off state to offline again.
Okay, I don't think I actually did that yet.
Yeah, it's so easy to start getting a little bit eager, and then you forget about the other stuff that actually needs to happen, like connecting a full game loop, letting people leave the network without throwing a hiss fit, stuff like that.
So maybe on like a server disconnected, this is where I should flip the
on server disconnected. I do have that implemented.
Connect.
On server disconnected, that is on the client when the server drops from the network. That's the only time that fires.
Oh, disconnects from server, emitted on clients. Oh,
yeah, but that is when if the server leaves the network. That's still a case where you have to do a little bit of cleanup.
Okay. So this is somewhere where I need to figure out, okay, what
should you do?
Yeah.
Well, in my case, we go get tree, get multiplayer peer close, so we get away from any peer that is running. We set the peer to null and clear all. We set the state on the lobby to offline, and we raise an event for disconnected.
Do you know how you would handle, or have an idea of how you would handle like host migration? Or is that just like too...
Well, the problem with that is that you have to make sure that the one that you migrate to has to have all the information to continue the game.
Right.
So in this case, if you want to make this a host migration possibility, you would have to basically have in the lobby manager, in the connection detail, you would also store the IP and port for anyone else, that is a potential host in the lobby member. And if the server disconnects, you do not throw the lobby members away. Instead, you start probing. Because then at that point, all the game instances that will try to not crash, basically, will start taking the data that they have, retain that, start a host, and then the host negotiation starts, with trying to see who has the best connection. And oh yeah, this one here, me, I can actually accept connections. Okay, so then everyone can start trying to get to connection going to that one. But that would, as soon as the server disappears, the network is dead.
Yeah.
So at that point, you have to rebuild the network. In this case.
So you wouldn't necessarily do this on server disconnected, start looking for a new host.
Well, I mean, you would have to. First off, you would have to make sure that all the data that the host has, that is usually just private to the host, gets replicated across the network, so everyone knows everything.
Right.
And then after that, if the server just crashes, then you have, let's say that you have 5 players, the host leaves, you have 4 players that have all the information that is needed to run the game. So what happens, all 4 pause the game and start trying to connect to the others. And if someone gets a connection, they start waiting for the others to connect. So at that point, we can have player 2 raise a host at random for, I don't know, 20 seconds, and the other 3 start going through and start trying to connect to player 1. Nope, that fails out. Then they try to connect to player 2. Oh, that's successful. And after, say, a minute, everyone is back online on that network.
Okay.
Another way to do it would be to have a secondary network ready, expecting the server to leave. Oh. Which would, at that point, you have basically, you preordain someone to, oh yeah, if the server leaves, you're it.
Okay.
And then that game instance need to at least have all the information.
Mm-hmm.
And as soon as the server leaves, they just go start host.
Okay.
And the other people will just start trying to connect. And if that then works, then you have to sidetrack all the other stuff that usually happens with a normal start host or server connect and so on. So you basically have to split the logic into 2 paths. And it's, yeah, I don't want to do it.
Yeah, it sounds like a lot. I probably won't bother. Or I could do something like I send them to like the lobby or something. Because sending people to the lobby is like remaking it. Okay.
Yeah. So sending to the lobby, that would be like.
I'd have to see, because I think Steam has like a built-in thing.
Yeah,
or
Steam
something
might
like
have
that.
Some, clever API stuff for migrating, But like the eNet peer, the standard stuff doesn't have it.
Yeah. Okay. I think that's pretty much the.
Yeah, that next one.
The next error that it panics.
I refuse to be it. Just drops the keyboard on the floor and goes like, nope. And everyone just starts getting into this loop of, oh, I'm not it.
Okay. Oh man. I think that's what am I missing here? Am I missing anything, or is it now just
well, join host. We were talking about join.
Oh, yes.
No,
we're
stop host.
Stopping, yes.
Stop host and leave host.
Yes. That's what I need.
Stopping host is basically just, so what you want to do then is to close the multiplayer peer, set it to no, clear all, la la la. And the thing is, it's straightforward as hell.
Is it?
The thing is, when you do the multiplayer peer close, that isn't valid closing. That will do. Ooh, see, I should shut up. But the comment here says that on server disconnected will fire on clients. So that will still fire off on server disconnected, which means that the clients that were connected can clean up their network data. You know, get rid of lobby members, player objects, unload the level, and so on. Get back to main screen, stuff like that.
Okay, so there's a stop host function where we're going to basically set the peer to null.
No, well, first close it.
Close it first.
Yeah.
Okay, so how?
First close and make a comment that on server disconnected will fire on clients, not on host. I have that comment there, and without it, I would be lost.
Okay, so
because I rely on that being accurate now. I have no idea if it is.
This gets
if it says so in the code here, I assume that is the case.
Okay, server disconnected gets called on clients, and then I just need to do. You know, I don't think I actually...
and when the host closes the multiplayer peer, that will trigger that on server disconnected on everyone else.
Actually, don't think I ever had that. Well, I have peer disconnected. Do I have that attached in this lobby manager?
On server disconnected, didn't you add that?
I did peer disconnected.
Server disconnected. Yeah, but you have server disconnected.
Yeah, but it doesn't do anything right now. It just passes.
Yeah, that doesn't matter, but it will fire on the clients to let you detect that the server has left the room, and then you can clean up all the network stuff, you know, in your project. Avatar, game data, unload the level, get back to the main screen, put up a message, hey, the server didn't like you, so it bog it off.
I see.
Do things like that.
Then what is the...
But
what was the purpose of the stop host?
Stop host is for you to, as host, do the correct way of leaving the network. So you take the multiplayer peer and close it.
Ah.
So this is to get things... basically shut down the network in the correct way. So you close the peer, now you set the peer to null, and then you do any clearing of, you know, stuff like, in this case, you want to get rid of all the lobby members underneath the lobby manager. So clear all is what I do, but I don't know what you do. I don't remember if we did clear all.
Oh, actually, yeah, we could just do clear all.
Yeah, you do have a clear all.
It's right underneath.
Yeah.
Okay, and stop host gets called on peer disconnected if peer ID is 1.
No. Stop host is something you call to stop the host.
Oh, I just call it like manually somewhere else.
Yeah. It's like start host, stop host. That is things that you can do. And also, after clear all, set the state back to offline so you can start a new host if you want.
True player, actually.
Like if you want to, oh no, I started the wrong map. Hang on. And then you can, you know, try again.
That's a good point. Lobby state. All caps. No, lowercase one first. Holy. Lobby state equals lobby state dot offline. There we go.
I really like your naming of things.
Thank you.
You really don't struggle at all to find your states and stuff.
Thank you. I know. I'm really good at naming, aren't I? I've gotten... Listen.
But yeah, so that's the stop host. So you can call that. Just as you can join host, start host, leave host. So now the join host. Did we make the join host?
We did start host and stop. We didn't do a join actually. No.
Yeah, so
that's kind of big.
Nah.
It's a little
Yeah, so the
important.
join host that I have here is just basically join host, IP, and port, and then we just connect. But I don't know what
Yes,
you
so
want
I
to
need
do
to
for
do.
this team. So.
Okay, so I basically need to do the same thing as start, just join, make the peer,
Yeah.
join host, and I have to do a back. I need to give in the back end as well.
Oh, you know what? I actually attached a connecting monitor to this too.
To
What the hell
back
does
end.
that do? Oh, I'm using an asynchronous connection monitor here, so I can time it out if it goes more than 5 seconds.
You weren't being sarcastic, right, Monglo? About the
Oh
the
no,
naming?
no, not at all.
Yeah, see, Ika, what are
Always
you talking
sincere here.
about? It wasn't being sarcastic. That's crazy. Okay, so join host. I think I already know what I can do for that one. Because I already have the logic for it
Yeah,
written
it's
down.
yeah. You already have the
Yeah.
connection stuff, right?
Yeah.
And I'm me looking at the join host here. There's nothing special there except the state thing. So we go as soon as we do the checks initially. Like we are first off, the state has to be offline, otherwise we return out. You can't join a host if the lobby manager isn't offline. That's one thing. So basically, it's the same as when we started the host. We want to join the host, but we want to make sure that we only join host once, and we only want to be able to join the host if the game is in a ready state for it. So the lobby state should be offline, and a few other things, whatever it is, and then immediately we go again to the state launching.
Okay.
And then we basically do the same as we do with the start host and so on. So we do lobby state launching, we do all the creation and creating the multiplayer peer, connecting it to the server and so on. And then at the end of this join host, we do state, lobby state connected. Assuming everything worked.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm never sarcastic, Ginger.
Exactly.
Have you ever known me to be sarcastic?
No way. No way.
Yeah.
Especially when talking about my great naming conventions.
Yeah. I wish I was that good at naming.
Hey, we all got to start somewhere.
Yeah, indeed. Some people just have to start way lower than others.
Steam join lobby. Oh.
No, you're not, Ginger. I know you. You never joke. You lack the capability of understanding the concept of what a joke is.
The lobby. Yes.
One thing that I'm not going to sidetrack things with other stuff. Let's stick on track. What else was it? Yeah, so the connecting monitor. If I'm remembering correctly, when you try to connect to something and the connection doesn't work, there is a timeout, but that timeout you can't change in the eNet peer. So, and that is something like stupid amount of seconds. Like 30 seconds, 15, 20 seconds, way too long.
Mm-hmm.
Because if you want to start connecting to something and it doesn't work immediately, you want to basically give it 5 seconds and then fade out, get back, connection failed. That's what I do. But for that, I use an asynchronous connecting monitor that checks the connection status of the peer, and if it after a certain time hasn't worked, we just kill the multiplayer peer and say connection failed. But you can do something whatever you want.
Yeah, I'm not. I don't think I need to worry too much about that.
Yeah, it's just when if in my case I don't use any punch through or third party. I don't I don't build the stuff dependent on any third party outside networking, rerouting, relay, master server, anything.
Hmm.
So for me to make a connection, it has to be able to either you manually port forward a port, or your router needs to support UPnP, have that active so we can temporarily automatically forward a port so this game instance can be connected to from the outside. And when that doesn't work and someone connects, it will not join. It will not be able to do the connection. And at that point, it takes forever if I don't change it.
That makes
So
sense.
that's if you have issues where people can't connect and it just takes forever, you're gonna have to do something similar.
Okay.
Like start up a timer, and after that timer has run out, you check the connection peer. You check the multiplayer peer. If that connection isn't established, then you just say, yeah, you failed.
Okay, I could do that.
Leave host. Yeah, let's not do that now. That's like cream on top of the cookie, right? But leave host
never
is
heard of
something that you want.
Cream on top of the cookie? What kind of cookies are you
Yeah,
eating? What?
I don't eat cookies.
Ah.
I'm a fat man. I don't eat sugary things.
Mm.
I eat way too much food. I don't actually have a sweet tooth.
Not at all.
Sweet stuff that much. Anyway, leave host. You don't have a leave host, do you? That's another one.
I have a
that
stop
lobby manager
host.
leave. No, a leave host is when you're not the host and you want to leave.
I do not have that. No. That would be important.
Yeah, because again, the lobby manager is the one that is managing all the connection stuff. So all the things of leaving host, joining host, and so on will be through the lobby manager.
Okay.
And you want to contain everything in there. I mean, you could just put the leave host, since it's the multiplayer peer that it deals with, it could be anywhere. But that would be really stupid way of making it.
So for leave
cookies.
For leaving the host.
Yeah, so leaving the host, first off, check that you have a multiplayer peer.
Okay. So, but that needs to be. Is it correct to
multiplayer has multiplayer peer?
Okay. Let's do if,
because the multiplayer peer might be null. Because I don't know. You just check it.
Okay.
So if that is true, then you go into the state of closing it, setting it to null, the state of the lobby back to offline, and then you're done.
So I want to switch the
signal, but
I don't need the peer ID as an argument then.
No.
Okay. And
because
leave host is I'm a little confused who it's getting called on though. So
this is if you are connected to someone and you press the button leave.
Oh.
This is how someone leave the game. Like when EJ
the rage quit button.
Your bullshit and just leaves. That's the button he will use.
Okay, so multiplayer has multiplayer peer, and then we're going to set our lobby state to lobby state offline.
Yeah, but you do that at the end of it. Because if it errors out at somewhere else when, if you call leave host and you never get to lobby state offline, that means that somewhere above the lobby state, something went wrong and got stuck.
Oh.
So first off, you go multiplayer peer close.
Oh, yes.
And then you set multiplayer peer to null.
Close.
Then you go offline.
Peer equals null. So we do multiplayer peer close, set it to null.
Yeah.
lobby state to offline.
And I also raise an event for it, so things can react to this happening, but you don't have to.
Okay, I'll just put a comment in there.
It's just that, you know, for example, for the UI for this, you know, for the join, leave.
Yeah, like so and so left.
Yeah, those need to be hooked up to the events. Like the if you have the main menu script that has the join, leave, host, start host, stop host, all those buttons, for example, those need to be toggled on or off and so on,
Yeah.
depending on what state
Now,
and what happens.
If I wanted to, would it make sense to put an argument in here for like the player name and then shoot out the signal saying player name left the game?
No, this is running on a game instance. So this, if you want to leave the network, you call this. That doesn't affect anyone else. Anyone else will have the peer disconnected firing. Because you leave the network, a peer leaves the network, so on the network, the peer disconnected fires.
Oh. Okay, so, I'm just thinking like ahead. I'm thinking ahead where it's like, where am I going to send a signal or an event, raise an event, as they say, to say like so-and-so left the game.
Yeah. So when you go to peer disconnected,
yep,
you have that, I think.
Yep. I have remove member.
So, where the hell am I even looking at? Oh, it just... There we go. So, the comment I have on this, that I also would say you should look at to copy over, is fires on all as peer disconnect. Yes, host too, but not on the peer that disconnects. Because, you know, if you leave the network, you're not a peer on the network. So everyone else on the network has the on peer disconnected. And that carries the ID. So if someone leaves the game, mid-game, that is between that remove member and so on. Somewhere there you would inform the player manager that this one has left. Then you can flag the player data to be missing or deleted. And you can put a message out through an RPC as an announce message that Ika has left the building.
Okay. So I don't want to do it here.
Because this, again, then, doesn't have to be host authoritative.
Yeah.
The host might do something authoritative as a reaction to this, but everyone can just say, oh yeah, someone left, and then put the message on screen or do a pling, whatever, you know?
Mm-hmm.
But that would originate from the peer disconnecting.
Okay. I see
so
it.
Yeah. If you want, just look at the lobby manager. It's fairly well commented up on what the different things do.
Yeah.
Like the different methods when they fire and so on. Because I had a hard time wrapping my head around that. And I think some of the documentation was a little bit, just
non-existent.
Not clear, let's say. Well, pretty good, but a little bit like uncertainty around things. I remember there was somewhere, I think in the before Godot 4, they were talking about puppets on the network. They left that completely, but there was still at least when I was doing this, there were still references in the network documentation that talked about puppets. That would, as I understand it, they called puppets the non-host game instances on the network. Anyway, it doesn't matter. You can just look at the lobby manager and you should be fine, I think, for the most part.
Cool.
And then it's just a matter of doing this to the point where you understand how this works and why it works, and how you can leverage it to make your life easier.
Yeah.
Because as you can see how the things that you put in the play data and how that replicates across the network and so on, it just makes the code easy to write.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna notice that more as I start like putting this actually into the game. Because right now it's kind of just outside.
Yeah, because again, you know, when someone changes the team, you just flip that avatar team, bam, done. You don't have to do any RPC or anything. You just react to the state change, the team change in the play data. Bam,
Yeah.
done.
Okay. Yeah, I would do like to do a team change. I would do get player with the peer ID.
Yeah, on the host, obviously, but
yeah. So I'd do get player, and then I'd just do their team. Dot team equals whatever. Bada bing, bada boom.
Yeah.
Cool.
And then when you set the team, that will force it to go through the set team on every single game instance.
Right.
Because since that will be the exported and synchronized value, that means that that set team will also trigger across every single game instance. So everyone, all the host, client, everyone will have that set team run. And in that case, you know, you can do the set team, and in line 25, well, after 25, you can check if avatar not null, avatar set team, new team. And then every single avatar across the network will always be synchronized to be the same team as the one. And in the avatar, when the set team triggers, you make sure that it actually has the correct coloring.
That makes sense.
That's all you have to do. That will fire on everyone.
So I probably don't even need this part.
On this side, you don't have to care about the host, client, anything. On those lines, on 29, well, now you removed it, but
I'm bringing back, but these I don't really need because I don't have like health or anything like that.
Yeah, but I would still leave it here as a reminder of what you can do.
Okay.
Because some of the stuff that you might want to put in the play data, you might not want to fire the events and so on across every single one, because it's just relevant to the single one that it represents. Like the things that are their local UI, for instance. Like if you pick up the flag, maybe you have a UI indication, or if some state of the UI changes color or whatever. That doesn't have to be broadcast over everyone. But if the flag, if you pick up the flag, the play data changes for your game instance, and you're the only one that cares about it to do the change, right?
Oh, so for example, we have power-ups, and you can pick up a power-up, and that changes locally your UI locally. So I probably wouldn't do it under set team, but well, no, I'd just do this on the avatar.
Yeah, well, I don't know how the power-up system works. Like, do you have different power-ups, and do if I pick up a power-up, does everyone else see that I have that power-up?
So they don't visually see it on the network. The host knows that you have that power-up because the host is the one that's assigning it.
Yeah, so then remember that you don't have it, but I have it. I have public data and private data. In my case, I would not want to share with everyone what power-up you have. So I would put the power-up in the private data and only synchronize that across the host and the relevant partner, the game instance that it needs to know it. And when that changes, that would trickle down into the update of the UI and so on. So that's when you separate things into private and public data.
Gotcha.
But I wouldn't really concern myself with that.
No.
I would just put the power. Let's say that you have a set a fixed set of power-ups, so you can pass the power-up as an enum.
Oh, yeah,
So
I
you
do have that.
Yeah, so in the play data, you have a current power-up, and you set that to none as default. And then when the host detects you picking it up, it just sets whatever power-up that is. And then you can react to that on that player instance, just like you do with the team now, except you check if this is my player data, this power-up change, so I update my UI.
Okay. So you think things like this like items dictionary should go on the player data then?
No. So what the hell is that even? That's a global.
It's
That
just a
describes
global
the
with
different. Yeah,
yeah.
yeah. So yeah, so you can see that's the items non. Yeah, okay. So the items there, that's the enum that, and then you have the definition of what each item is.
Yes.
So that enum you can put into the play data. So items none, that would be the default. So in the play data, you go to play data and create a power up.
Oh, so like held, I could do like held item as none and
yeah, so
export
instead of
that.
Team, you just have the power up.
Held item as global dot items equals global dot items dot none.
Yeah, and set.
And then I'll do the
set
as set equals set item, make a function func set item, taking in item as a global dot items.
Yeah, and you do the same as with the team, basically.
And I say if
team is also an enum.
Item is equal to held item. Well, I guess I need to say if we already are holding an item now.
Yeah, but
But
yeah, because you might have things like if you already have a power up and pick up another power up, you might drop the previously existing power up. That would be server logic. That wouldn't really matter. You wouldn't trigger that from the play data. If you want the player to drop the power up if they pick up a new one, you would do that on the game logic. Like on the host, you would check play data has a power up that we have to drop before we assign this one. You wouldn't do that in play data. Play data should have basically this is all the logic. This structure of logic is all it should have. That just the logic is minimal and only concern itself with what is changing and who needs to know.
Okay.
So in this case, then you set the held item, and then you check if multiplayer get unique ID equals peer ID. Then we know that your game instance has gotten a new item. That will then trigger the update of the UI. So now you have a perfect place to put that, hook that UI into.
Okay, so then I would do, here is where I would update players UI to show they have the item.
Yeah.
Okay.
And so here's another thing that I recommend you doing is in the player manager.
Mm-hmm.
This is a little bit stupid, but in the player manager, in the top there, make what is it? A player data reference. A single player data.
Single
reference.
one.
And call it local player. That will be the game instance that is currently running this code. That will be its player data. And then in the onShine enter tree, No. Child entry.
Oh, child entry.
Yeah. So when the play data that
Here.
represents you, yeah. So before that, if multiplayer is server,
Mm-hmm.
because this should also work on the server side.
Oh, so I would say
If play data peer ID equals multiplayer get unique ID, then we know that that play data represents this game instance. So we say the reference
not
on a local player.
Equal to multiplayer dot get unique ID. Then we say local player equals node.
Yeah.
Bam.
The reason to do that is because we are lazy. That means that you can go play manager, local player, and that data that you get back is always the data for your local player. You don't have to get player, get my unique ID every time, you know. So that is convenient, just for convenience.
Okay.
And that then you also come back into how the play data signals, like when, for instance, when that item changes, you want to raise that signal, but you don't want the UI to constantly check if you have a new play data and connect to it, blah blah blah. Instead, you want to create somewhere you have the local signals that you can raise.
Oh.
So in my case, I have a class called local logic that basically concern itself with the local game instance relevant things. So if the play data for my game instance, for my local game instance, changes my gold count, so I have more gold, what happens then is I call from the play data, I call into local logic, raise gold changed. And in the local logic, which is a class that always exists, I have the UI that shows the current gold count hook up to that signal.
Okay, I see.
And that means that you have the UI part is hooked up to a thing that exists, will always exist, and you don't have to go look for when the play data gets instantiated, then hook into that signal. Because that is annoying.
Yeah.
So instead, you basically reroute the play data signal. So instead of having the signal inside the play data, you have some kind of local signal collection somewhere that you can hook the UI into and so on. So when the play data, gets its item set and it detects that it is this game instance item that changes, it will raise the local signal that says that we have a new item, and then the UI that describes what item we have, whatever that is, reacts. And we don't have any superfluous code running. We don't have to go look for things constantly and hook up and disconnect signals back and forth. It's all rigid. If the play data exists, it fires. If it doesn't, it will not fire. So it's a good way of managing the code too, I guess.
Okay.
Because you don't want to get bogged down in the fine print of who is who and what does what. You just want the play data to react and raise the signal if needed. And if so, it should always have somewhere to raise the signal. And it's like local signals. You can create a node called local signals, and then you have to be like make a big ass comment in that clause and says, do not create anything that has any network relevance inside this clause. So then you can have, like, if you hook anything up to the local logic, local signals, those are just for your local game instance. You know that, but that comes down into naming and just relying on you not screwing it up.
Yeah. Sounds like a big refactor.
Yeah, it's not a big refactor. It's just a matter of create the class, and in this case, then the team. When the team changes, you might want to have that, or the item. Like the item, you said you had UI that changes when the local game
Yeah,
instance
and the
picks up
avatar is the
power.
one that's currently changing it.
Yeah, and instead of you just the avatar, you want the avatar code to be as lightweight as possible anyway.
Oh.
So what you do then is
Yeah,
exactly.
Yeah.
It's like Boolean with his massive 800 line player class.
I mean, ours is currently 500.
Yeah, I get stressed out when my code is hitting 500. I just can't take it.
I mean, it's not that
I do
bad.
have some things. It is. It's just.
Well, we use these regions.
You're probably doing too much. It's. Yeah, with regions and extra empty lines and stuff, and hitting 500. Even then, I think it's too much.
Well, okay. Yeah.
Anyway, so what you do instead of just sitting down and do a refactor, you know that now you have that. So in the play data, you set up the item and you change that. So then you create the local signal class node, whatever that is, and then you have one thing that goes that way. Then the next day you sit down and you start touching some other code that fits the format to be changed to that. Then you move that over, and then you just keep doing. It's not like you sit down and read through your whole code base to change everything to do this. It would be change that you would do over time.
Gotcha.
And maybe not for everything. It depends on what you want to do, but I would recommend that you do one or two and then feel it out and see how you like it.
Yeah.
I like it. I like it a lot.
Yeah. I mean, I still have to
just
hook this up and get it all working
yeah,
first.
It will take you some time to like get it hooked up. But like in the side project that I have now, as soon as I got to ready flag hooked up and everything just works. It's like yesterday when I had my interaction menu and so on, they are driven by the states inside the play data. So when I hooked up two clients to the game and tried it out, everything just worked. I just don't have to. It's just convenient as hell when you do it the right way. Oh yeah.
I tried to move my thing while you were talking. Big mistake. Big mistake. I've been standing for over an hour, dying.
Yeah. Well, it's the thing here. I come from it where I've been messing around with multiplayer quite a lot. So I have over time done experimenting and trying different things and so on. And this is where I am currently. This is what I find is a very convenient way of doing things.
Makes sense.
To get things up and running, working, and the code is clean and so on. I don't think this is the end of it. I think there's more things that can be done, but this is a very convenient and fairly easy to work with way of doing it for people that are not so experienced, you know. It's just that you have to get around the whole idea of how the data synchronization spreads across the network, how that then propagates the events and who sees what and what happens and so
on. Okay.
So that's the part that will take some time getting used to.
Yeah.
Because at that point, you know, you start just writing some UI and you just hook it up to the play data, and you don't even consider that the back end of the thing that you hooked it up to is actually completely controlled by the host that is on a completely different game instance across the network. It just doesn't. You don't have to think about it, and that's the good part. When you don't have to think about it being multiplayer.
Yeah, that's mind-boggling to me. Not having to think about it. That's going to be huge.
Yeah, well, within certain, everything depends, obviously, but
Right.
If you do it the right way and it's something that fits this format, like you wouldn't take your avatar position or rotation and put that in player data. You know why?
Why?
How I know?
How do you know?
I tried.
But wouldn't you want to, in like a scenario where reconnecting it, like you want to reconnect and go to the exact location that you were?
Yeah, but the connection is the lobby manager. You can still before if
Yeah, but
talking about reconnect, that is on the connection side. That's the lobby manager stuff. On the other side, hey, what's up, DK? On the other side, you have the whole game logic that controls what happens when someone disconnects. So on the lobby manager, someone disconnects, you throw away the lobby member. It has no relevancy anymore because it only was there to represent the connection. But the player data can be retained. If the player data has an active avatar, you can retain that too. But at the same time, you would have to do some, you would have to implement some way of ushering in a new connection, identifying them as a reconnecting player and sliding them into that, taking control over that player data.
Yeah.
Where instead of creating a new player data for that connecting new connection, we just hook them up to that pre-existing one. And then again, since the peer ID is a synchronized value inside the player data, it's already set up. So all you have to do on the host is change the peer ID. Bam! Everyone else have no idea that something changed.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think I got it all.
Yeah, well.
At least the beginning.
Now I'm gonna terrorize you. Hey, look at this.
Terrorize me?
Yeah. Now we're gonna do this.
What is this? Oh, dear God. All right, let me open it in the over here.
So while you've been talking and writing bad code as directed,
I was writing your code.
Yeah, but you haven't seen Kung Pao?
No.
We taught him wrong as a joke. You're the squeaky shoes.
Boom.
You haven't seen it?
No.
You haven't seen Kung Pao?
Kids, I have.
Oh. Yeah, so this is going to be the most working version. This might actually be somewhat fun. I don't know.
Fun, you say?
Yeah, I'm very hesitant to use that word, to be honest. But it might not break completely. So anyone that wants in, download it and we'll have a go.
Oh dear.
It is up to 10 players. And when I say that, I don't remember if I actually limited the client when I raised the host. I think I do. Anyway.
Your hover button.
What?
The hover button.
You don't like it?
When you hover over, it just goes to the default.
Yeah, I mean, this is a side project. This is minimum effort.
Okay.
So, hang on. I'm going to do this.
Yes, Game Devable.
So what I do then is I'm giving you that code in chat. Copy that into that lobby key and press connect.
Boom.
And now we are player 2 and player 1. now you can change this to.
Oh,
that's
it
not
switched
what we
me.
want.
There we go.
What the hell? I think I already found a bug. No,
No,
there we go.
it's updating.
Yeah, who joined? It's probably Ginger. We'll see it soon. And you can see here that green thing on the right there, that check mark when you pressed ready, that one just works. That's the first part. That's the first one that just. I had written it like an hour ago, and then once I finally got the UI and everything hooked up, the players list, that one rebuilds completely. As soon as player state change, it rebuilds the player list. So that means that the ready flag just worked when it started.
Nice.
So, WASD shift will get you into build mode. On the left side, you have gold resources.
Left side resources.
Gingerino. Wait. Oh, you're not on my team, Camino.
I don't know whose team I'm on. I'm just shooting. Wait. Who? Oh, the head. The head. Wait, and I need to build. What am I building?
Oh.
Build a bunch.
Shit.
Oh. Oh, I broke it. What am I... How do I add little turrets to it? +2.
Q, as you are in build mode, you use Q and E to swap what you're building. There's like 4 different things to build.
Uh-oh. Oh, wait. Q?
And Uda is, I don't remember who, I should have taken a note of whose idea it was. Oh! Haha!
Do that.
Destroying your towers.
Whoa. Listen. I'm trying to...
Oh! And also, I just added the possibility to upgrade things today, too. We can upgrade the barracks. So, anything that is built and damaged and so on, if you go into build mode and click on it,
oh, yeah,
you will get interaction menu.
Oh.
And you can then repair things and so on. It depends, though, if you have something that is trying to build a tower on the foundation. So the empty tower slots that you can build on, those are called foundations.
Oh, I died.
Oh, and let's not build towers on top of each other's spawn points. I haven't done anything about that.
Wait, and if I press Q...
Oh!
I can't build it on top of that.
Yeah, so you can build on top of that, like that. Yeah, so. And that you can see your towers, the trebuchet and the ballista on the top there. Those are hurt.
So if I click on them,
go to those. Yeah, you can repair them. You can also sell them. Now Ginger is trying to kill them for you. Yay! Go Ginger.
Okay. Boom, boom, boom. Oh. Oh. There we go.
Oh, and space is jump, so you don't have to be have issues with Ginger, such a little bastard. You don't have to walk around towers. You can jump over them.
This is crazy. Just stuff everywhere.
Game developable. Sure. I don't think I'm gonna do anything.
Oh, I died.
What the hell, Sammy?
This game looks lit.
This game looks lit.
Oh
Bam,
God! Don't read it. Don't read
no
it. Don't give her the satisfaction. Do not read that. No. We don't want to read that nonsense in here. No way.
You don't talk the kids' lingo anymore.
I don't. No. I don't do it. No.
Oh, see, I hate this shit myself, but you not liking it encourages me.
No.
6-7.
Don't. Terrible. Absolutely horrible. Lame.
Yeah, see, now I regret all my life choices.
Good. You should.
Wait, why are there red towers over on our side, Ginger? What the hell?
You can just ignore those. Those are.
Yeah, well, I can now. They don't exist anymore.
Oh. Well, let's see. Wait, I don't want to build.
You can upgrade the barracks, the unit producing buildings.
Wait, we have unit producing building? Oh my god.
Yeah, on the end side over here, where you start, you have 3 buildings producing the 3 different tiers unit. You have melee, ranged, and support. The support unit just buffs friendly units around them. Yeah, you're gonna have to remind me, Ika. I don't think the time is now for that. Considering you are you, I expect it to be like, I don't know. Which one is it? Oh, I can't even say the lyrics.
I have max upgraded everything.
You know what I mean, Sammy.
Wait a sec. Why are these here?
Yeah, so did you manage to upgrade the buildings? I haven't put any upgrade indicator on the buildings, but
I did upgrade them.
Yeah, so the only upgrade currently, I just added it today in this session before I got interrupted by someone else, is that the default cooldown is 5 seconds, and each time you upgrade it, it shaves off 200 milliseconds. So fully upgraded, it will be 3 seconds between each unit spawn. Oh, and the pickups are green, health, yellow, gold. You get gold for killing units and when your units reach the goal of the other team.
What's the difference between the cannons versus the trebuchet versus?
Nothing. There's no AOE or anything like that implemented.
Gotcha. What about fire rate?
No, I think. So now when I have the upgrade system, there's so much you could do.
Already better than
I don't know what I want to do.
Crazy.
But yeah, I mean, the possibilities are endless. Obviously, what you can do. It's just a matter of what should I do.
I think you should add some feedback to the shots.
Oh, there's no juice at all.
Yeah.
There's no sound, no.
Need to add some kind of juice.
Nothing. Yeah.
Just not even. You don't even need that.
Technically, this is running 20 on the physics side of things. It runs 20 times per second, so it runs a third of the speed as a normal default setting. And each unit that is moving is a rigid body with a synchronizer on it.
This is crazy how much it's running without lagging.
And on your end, the game Godot built-in interpolation is doing the interpolation of the visual transform before rendering a frame. What I would like to do is basically, instead of using a synchronizer, do some manual, more careful interpolation, extrapolation, and so on of the unit movement to get it a little bit smoother. But I mean, it looks pretty smooth.
It looks
on
really
your end
smooth
already. But you can see that they are slightly on the jittery side and a little bit uneven and so on. That comes, from differences in latency update packages that arrives scrambled or something. I don't know. That's why for things like this, I should probably not rely on the physics on the synchronizer, because the synchronizer isn't. I mean, it works. It's just when we are running a couple of 100 units and stuff, it kind of works kind of bad.
Yikes.
Yeah, and now Ginger refused to press continue. Just because it will brick everything. There is no timer.
That's actually really
name,
cool.
Though.
That's
I have
really
a name.
Uta.
That is orange. If you press F12, you get the console and you can write. And the name is well, you can use BB code basically. So, oh, I haven't hooked up the stuff to it.
Nothing is happening.
Oh, no.
It's all broke.
Oh, yeah, name. The command first.
Oh.
Name.
Name. Set your player name.
Yeah.
If I do like wave.
Yeah, you pressed eventually, Ginger. You pressed eventually.
Changed my name to wave. Does it take BB code?
Yeah. It should. I don't know about wave though, but
wave is BB code. Name.
Yeah, I don't know. I haven't tested it, so.
Font size equals 1000. I changed my name to font size. Name. What else do I know?
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah. And Ginger. No, wait. Okay, now you're just messing with me. It's Ginger that doesn't have any name now, I think.
Need to close it? Yeah, even when I closed it, it's still.
Yeah. I don't know.
It's broken, Munglo.
Yeah, well, I haven't tested every single BB. I know Underline and Bold and a few other things work. But I don't remember. I probably haven't, but I might have put a string limit in it too, but I don't think I did because I want to be able to play with BB code.
Oh, wait, font color did work. I just wrote it wrong. I don't know how to change color.
It's just color.
Oh, and then you put the hex value?
Yeah, and I have... So what you're using now is my built-in game dev console, right? Drop-in thing. But I haven't actually... it has support for arrow up and down to go to previous commands and stuff, but I haven't actually bound that up yet.
Wait.
Look at that, all flashy names and stuff.
Yeah. Except for me. Wait. Color?
Yeah, just color equals. And then I think if you're going to use a non-named color, if you're going to use hex code, you don't use the pound sign.
Oh. Name, color. Oh, wait, oops.
And also don't use space if you did that there.
No, there was no space.
Yeah, it looks like a space between the color end bracket and your name.
Oh,
But
oh, you're
maybe
saying
that's
name, and then
yeah,
I
because I
do.
think I think the name. No, no, yeah, there you need a space, but after the name, the arguments after that. So name space and then no space. So all the argument for the name needs to be one singular coherent word, no white space in that, right? Because I don't think the parsing might not really accept it. I
Oh,
don't know how it works.
name color
There we go.
equals 3899, and then I do wave. Ah! Now I look cool.
Yay.
Does it work on my...
Underline.
Oh, I should have done underline. I'm on blue team now.
Yeah, that is really annoying.
I should have done the tornado too. It's my only claim to fame there. A little bit of a BB code expert now.
Yeah, sure is. Well, at least, so this is it. You have a wave indicator on the top, but I don't know. Maybe I'm disposing of that and just letting us send the units in the staging area by, yeah, whenever we want. I don't know.
It's not taking my resources when I upgrade.
Oh, so you don't click the upgrade. You just click the thing, drag, and when the mouse is over the icon, you let go.
Frostcore, welcome in. Wait, I click the thing. Am I dragging? I'm just clicking. What were you up to, Frostcore? How you doing? We're playing Munglo's game here. Because we just did a big...
Actually, you know what?
Multiplayer thing.
Yeah, it doesn't take money now. Maybe
yeah.
I missed... Yeah, it looks like I've messed up. Go figure. The thing is, the cost of and how much gold you get back and stuff, that needs to be tower dependent too. So
just played some games. Nice. What game did you play? Boom, boom, boom. This still blows my mind how it's not really lagging, yet it has so many things going off.
Yeah, this is. I mean, that is what I'm trying to get with this player project. Is just see how far I can push the high level stuff, because I don't want to deal with things as much as possible.
Yeah, because like even with the asteroids that we have right now, like those things they lag a lot on the client, and so I'm...
Yeah, I don't understand why that would be, but
no idea. I gotta figure that out though. It's gonna be...
have you tried spreading the synchronizers so you don't mix unchanged and always?
Oh, I haven't. No, I haven't spread out synchronizers. So like, as in like, you have one synchronizer for unchanged, one synchronizer for always.
Yeah.
I didn't do that yet.
Yeah.
That might be worth a shot though.
Yeah, I don't know if that does anything, but
I do remember there's something about switching the synchronizers. And you try to keep like as less things as possible on them, the least amount of things. But I don't know 100%.
Jin, you're trying to break the game.
Oh.
I actually do pathfinding too in this, so that means that I probe the pathfinding to see that you do not. You build. I wonder actually if I jump up here, I should be able to. Oh, I don't know if I can hurt your buildings up there.
Good.
Oh, yes, I can.
Oh.
Haha. It's not easy though.
Weak. They're weak cannons.
Oh yeah. If they don't have a foundation, they are very weak.
Wait, but those do have
foundation being the amazing part, the tower that you build them on. And all the foundations on your end of the level of the map is immortal. Barracks are also immortal.
That makes sense.
Yeah, I figure it might And units, as is right now, they don't target buildings or towers at all. They should target towers that are on the ground without foundation. Then I want to have units dedicated, like you being able to build a unit producing building that produces tower attacking and foundation, well, building attacking units that just break the maze. Like you can see the mazing going on here from Ginger.
Yeah, that's the whole maze system's crazy.
Well, you can't have a tower defense without mazing.
Oh, yeah. Let's see, and then
It kind of sucks though that you're just one.
oh, it's all good because both.
Yeah, the thing is, this version is the first one with a little bit of upgrades and stuff. Obviously, it's not going to be balanced for anything. So,
and all I have to do is just stack right where the maze ends, and they just funnel into death. Oh, I died.
oh, you can't have these here. That's no good. The trebuchets hurt like hell.
Oh, do they?
Oh yes.
That's good to know.
You know how I know?
Did you like increase their damage?
No, well, at some point I obviously did, but I also did a test and remembered that, oh wait, these should probably hurt.
Some places
I walked into 4 of them and insta died.
Some places I can't build.
Yeah, there's you can't block off the pathing. You have the units has to be able to reach the goals and a few other things. Also, since it relies on pathfinding, it's on the slow side when it comes to. Now it's really slow actually.
Are you doing like a nav mesh or?
Oh yeah, yep.
Because usually
no nav agent. I'm just using the nav server immediately because that is way more performant.
Yeah, I was gonna say I thought using nav stuff was really slow.
Yeah, it's the nav agent that's slow. It's just don't use it.
Interesting.
I got 2 different nav regions running. One is updating every time you place a tower. That's the one that the units navigate on. And then we have one that is every time someone tries to every time you try to build something, you can see before that ghost image pops up of the building. That's how long it takes for your side to build a nav mesh and probe so that building, if you place it, it doesn't block the passage between the goals. So that's why it takes like a second before it pops up. And it should take longer the more complex the pathing gets, maybe. I don't know.
I see. I'm getting wrecked.
Yeah, so I want to play around with a little bit of proper twin stick too, like drop power-ups that makes you double shoot building wrecking weapons and I don't know.
That would be
throw
sick.
a bowling ball into the enemy's maze and stuff like that.
That would be sick.
And also change the size. It can already change the size dynamically.
But before you do that,
the placement of the grid and everything is, based on how big I want it. But that means that I can, when I find some correct sizing per player, we could increase the size of it if we increase the player count.
But before you do that, though, You need to add juice. Some kind of juice.
Oh yeah, there's no, as I said, there's no juice, but there's barely any game too, because there's no game balance until, well, this is basically the first version that has a modicum of working game stuff. Oh, look at that! You're actually finding these and attacking them.
Oh, I've been attacking them.
Oh.
They just, I don't know how much health they have.
Look at me repairing them! Ha 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 ha!
I can't
That
get
actually
close.
cost me a shit ton of gold. That's not worth it. Even though it just costs 10 to repair, it's just not worth it.
Oh, my
But yeah,
goodness.
like balance wise, now there's a lot of stuff that needs to be defined, like foundation price. What do you get if you're
Interesting.
if we sell them, and should we be, how much of, implement things like, okay, so you're half damaged, half dead, and you want to repair it. Should we pay half the price of the new one, or 1/4 of the price of a new one?
Another thing is,
If we can standardize things like that a little bit.
just another bug I found is you can't rebuild where you've already built before if the tower breaks.
Oh, you should be able to.
Should be, but then it only gives me the option to repair or to sell it. And no matter what I press, it doesn't.
Wait, what? Oh, you know what? That's where is that? That's right on top there. I'm gonna try to place a building there.
Yeah, it's gonna be right next to the one I
Because
built.
the problem here is, there we go. So that should have updated your client side grid.
Uh-oh.
Uh,
Now my players.
So-
Uh-oh.
I haven't really taken care to have the grid. So the grid location for that tile, that is the data for that is populated client side for you, and obviously that is not well, it's not really rigid enough. Yeah, there's almost nothing what is it? Yeah, there's not much registered in here. There should be, yeah, max FPS, show FPS, and so on. So you can do max FPS 0, and then we can show the FPS, and it. Oh yeah, and then the VSync. Yeah, R_VSync if you want to turn that off. There we go. Now I'm running 1,400 frames. Smooth, baby.
Crazy. Yeah, I still got to figure out how to turn on and off VSync and all those display settings. That's gonna be that's not till like later.
Yeah, so yeah, I haven't pulled it into this project yet, but at some point I probably have to. But I have my settings module drop in that just, I just make the configuration class and then I just get the menu populated. I don't have to do things. I'm lazy. I do anything I can to be able to reuse things.
How do you end up winning this game?
On the top, you can see that you are losing.
Right, but like how do I win?
It's the classic tower defense. You're leaking. The blue circle down on the bottom there, that's your goal. And you're not protecting it. So our red units are just waltzing straight into that, and you are losing.
I see.
Ika, we did get to the point where I think he'll sort itself out.
Yeah, all that's left in the logic is hooking it up and making sure that it actually
Yeah,
works.
I think you understand the basics of how this should work, right?
I think
And
for the
if you
most
have
part, yeah.
questions, it's just, you know, you gotta get in there and do it a few times before it lands,
Right.
before it clicks. I think Ginger is also being a little bit of a brat, don't you think?
Yes. I think I'm getting cheated. I think we have a bunch of hackers in the game. Only reason why I'm losing right now.
I wonder if we should, if I also should change the way. Well, I need to change the way the aiming works, so we get a little bit of aim assist, like we can lock into things close to the cursor, but that also means that we will be able to target your annoying trebuchets on top of this.
Oh, nuts. I did that thing. Yeah, I can't replace where things are even when I sell them.
That's gonna be so even when you sell them.
Yeah.
Oh, I know why. Yeah, that's actually a good catch. I know why exactly, because when we remove a structure, it does not actually tell people on the network. So on your grid manager, on your local game instance, it's not cleared out.
That would make sense.
We only get the grid manager data built as we add structures on the client. So, yeah.
This is so dirty. Just spawn camped.
Yeah. Well, not spawn camped as much as Boolean when he tried an earlier version when I just built a bunch of towers around his actual player spawn. That was evil. Wait, hang on.
Oh.
You were lacking... What the hell? You were lacking one of the original foundations right next to your goal.
Yeah, that's the one I sold that, and then I couldn't repair it.
You're not supposed to be able to sell that.
Oh, well, fix your game, Munglo. I don't know what you're doing.
Okay, yeah, that's another catch then. The clients can actually sell things that they're not supposed to. Well, it's things like that testing's for, you know? So
absolutely.
That's fine. Well, thanks for taking the time to play it.
For sure. Thank you for taking time to help me do the multiplayer.
Yeah, well, we'll see if that actually was worth the time.
You'll see if it works. Yeah, that's gonna be interesting. Very interesting.
Yeah, Game Devable, what was it you had?
Yeah, Game Devable has a game he's been working on for quite a while now. It was I remember it was like clicking on shapes. Last I remember.
Clicking on shapes.
Last I remember. Well, it was really good though. Like it was last time I played it was like the super early version of it. There it is. Deuteronomy. Detonometry.
Detonometry.
Yes. It should work. Satisfying explosive placing incremental game. Place bombs to blow up shapes and buy upgrades. Currently there is only one type of shape, but more will come in the future.
Yeah, I don't know about the volumes here, so let's see. Settings, we have audio volumes, resolution, full screen. Let's go full screen.
How did you load so fast? What the heck? What? There we go.
Okay, I have no idea what I'm doing.
Ooh.
Oh, I'm placing the bombs.
That
so
UI
I'm supposed
felt
to
good.
blow these up. Aha! Okay. Oh, that's too far.
Oh, laggy. Let me run it on Chrome.
That's going to be 2. Yay!
Actually, I might be able to just run it this way. Oops.
This is what the kids call incremental, right? Decreases the
The
time it
kids.
takes. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, incremental is something that's been, being in buzz thing over the last year or something. It feels like.
I don't run it on
Me, at least.
Chrome.
I don't know. I don't know how it was before that, but for me, is there any game that isn't incremental?
Astro Yoinkers.
Is there any good game that isn't incremental?
Astro Yoinkers. What do you mean? Game of the year contender. Just you wait.
No, but
30K wish lists. We're gonna be.
I guess there is games that aren't incremental at all, but
it's gonna be the
next.
We're aiming for top 20 Godot games on Steam.
Oh yeah, okay. So just the Godot category.
Which means all you have to do is hit less than 30K wish lists.
Yeah.
It's kind of crazy.
Well, I don't know about if this is game. Oh, that one was annoying. If this is web build dependent or something, but it definitely has that kind of instantiation lag when the bomb is about to be placed or explode and such.
That's definitely web build. I mean, there's ways. I know there's a way to go around it, which is you preload the assets and you have like an asset cache. So on the loading screen, in the beginning, you'd preload it all, load them all in, and then delete them and then show the screen.
Yeah, well, yeah, I don't know. I don't mess around with web builds because the limitations and so on, and I also the whole C# bit.
Well, if Kavina stops delaying the Steam page release, then it is possible. Listen, I'm not delaying the Steam page release, although having a trailer would be a good idea. I need to get that going, but I do have Wednesday and Thursday is when I'm starting all of the. I have a couple solid shorts planned out for marketing. And I'm going to start recording those. I've been learning CapCut as well for shorts because DaVinci Resolve for shorts is overkill from what I've been hearing. And my GPU sucks.
Blender, use Blender. Come on, use Blender.
Listen, anyone who uses Blender for video editing is psychotic. That's right, Hypnotic. I'm talking about you too. Crazy.
I'm not psychotic. I'm just born this way.
Yeah, no, I can't. Blender for video editing, I don't know about that. I mean, I could see it for like animation stuff. Sure. But straight video editing? No.
Yeah, I would say that this game will be annoying with this lag.
Yeah. I don't know why the lag is even bad. It's perfectly smooth on my machine. I think it is because it is a web build. I think the downloaded version would work. But this is looking really cool so far.
And once I get... I would probably like this a little bit smaller. The upgrade menu. It feels
yeah, or like being able to zoom out on it would be really cool.
Well, yeah, it's just a little bit more distance to it. It's like... I don't know. But then again, it depends on the target platform. Like, if it's going to be played on a phone screen, then there's a completely different criteria, right?
Yeah. Yeah, I would like to zoom in and out here. I think that would be really cool. I don't know. I like to zoom out a lot and then just kind of like go down the tree and just be like, oh, what can I get in the future? I don't know, it gets me excited. Can I vibe model with Blender? Blender MCP, and then, or you could just use Meshy. but it sucks.
Oh, we can click and drag the bombs.
Yeah.
Nice.
So you like position it.
Yeah, I only been clicking them.
I gotta say though, it's I like the juice on it. If it wasn't lagging, it has a nice, simple shapes.
I can't on off the top of my head, I can't remember what is the limitation in web builds and stuff. But I know I do a lot of stupid stuff with threading and so on. You know, I run the physics on a separate thread and do a lot of idiotic things that I do not want to try to get running on top of a web build. I just don't think it's worth the effort.
I think especially in the incremental space, this game is going to do really well. I think so. But I mean, it all comes down to the upgrades, though.
Oh, I haven't checked, but I'm assuming that there's going to be more different shapes, because why would it have shapes as plural otherwise? But that's probably in the upgrades.
Yeah, I've only hit triangles.
Ooh, so I was wondering that when the time runs out, it cuts out even if you have a bomb planted.
Yeah.
So you gotta get it off. Cluster of shapes, increase the amount of shapes that can spawn. Ooh.
I just got that upgrade.
First.
And boom. Oh, I got it. Innovation, ecovation. Don't be gross. Boom. Bam. Increase bonus multiplier. Increase amount of shapes. What innovation? Let's mandate users to memorize guitar scale worth of shortcuts because there's no other way around it. You guys are complaining about Blender. I like Blender because it's free.
I like it because it's good.
Well, I don't think I have a say on if something's good or not. I don't have enough experience.
Yeah. Yeah, I've seen you do stuff in Blender, so.
And it is really good, right?
You didn't even pick up on me throwing the shade. What the hell? I feel ignored. Yeah, so yeah, Blender to me it just baffles me how much stuff people should take out from Blender, but they don't when they make software.
Wait, take out of Blender?
Yeah, so like for instance, you know, you have in any 3D oriented thing or even 2D, you always have a transform that gives you the transform gives you position, rotation, and scale. That's what a transform holds, right?
Right.
And those numbers like X, Y, Z, those three things are in Godot far apart and can't be multi-edited and so on. In Godot, in Blender, I mean, they are stacked on top of each other. And if you want to set them to the same thing, you just click and drag across all three, let go. All three are highlighted. You enter on numpad, press enter, you change all three. It's like the speed of the UI. Blender has the UI and shortcuts and everything where it's focused on productivity and speed, as opposed to Godot where the focus is on exposing the thing that we just added, but we don't care if it's you have to click 4 menus to get there.
I see.
You know, there's no focus on the usability of it. So in Godot, In Blender, you have contextual shortcuts. So wherever the mouse cursor is, shortcuts change and are directed into that dock, and so on. In Godot, you have, if you're moving around in the scene tree, you can do Control X, Control D, and so on to delete and copy things. But you got to remember to never do that ever if you're anywhere else. Like if you are in the file explorer, in the file manager, and you want to delete the file, you do not press the same shortcuts, because it will just delete something in the scene that you have open. And if you do that, you don't have to actually know that you deleted it. It's not good. If they at least had more. So some of the things are actually contextual, but not everything. And some of them are global and shouldn't be, and so on. It's just the inconsistency.
I see.
Because it's in Blender you have G to move. Okay, so you press G, you start a move action, then you can lock the move, you can scale it, you can snap it with modifiers as you are doing the move. And that doesn't matter if you are editing video, if you change it, moving around nodes, it doesn't matter. If you, it's always the same. Which is the good part. You know, the consistency. But Blender has had a lot of iteration across the UI, and that is why I don't think I don't understand why not more software is just looking at it and go like, oh yeah, they developed this over 20 years, we should probably do the same.
I will say this game's good. I like the it's just kind of like one of those games where I'm just kind of hooked with just like I just keep placing bombs and exploding.
Yep.
I'm like, I kind of like turning off my brain and just going.
Yeah, on my screen here, this is the second time I tried to check an upgrade, and I have to move the whole upgrade sheet.
Yeah.
To see the.
I would really like to zoom out.
It should definitely spawn on screen, but it would also immediately get alleviated if you did had it a slightly more zoomed out. But I think in general, maybe have a UI modifier, like in the settings, which doesn't have anything, because even the mouse cursor in here is very, very big. It's just, it feels like I'm playing a game that is supposed to be on a mobile phone screen or in a window. I'm playing it full screen, so.
I'm currently playing it more windowed, but yeah, it still has the same zoom problems.
Yeah, well, that wouldn't go away.
Yeah.
Because you change the size of the window, but you don't get that immediate. Oh yeah, this is so big.
Bam. Mouse cursor might be an issue with the resolution settings in game.
Yeah, it could be. I mean, there's many things that relates to resolution and scaling and everything.
Am I missing something?
Another thing is, oh, that's maxed out now. Another thing is, on the feedback side. Oh, my UI even broke there. It stopped on the circle. Because oh no, okay, it never does go full circle, does it?
Ah, I didn't even notice that.
Does it? Yeah,
no, I don't think it does.
Yeah. So I was waiting for it to go full circle and really check if it did. And what I'm kind of missing is for pling when the charge is back. So maybe there is a pling, you know, a sound that says that we are fully charged, but it just has broken.
Okay, in the resolution settings, I don't think it's actually. Oh, it is doing stuff, but I don't know. Going 4K on this, my cursor is like the cursor's too big. The cursor's way too big. Way too big. Bring it down.
There, my bomb actually exploded after the screen started fading over. The screen swap over to the upgrade screen was like a couple of centimeters in before the bomb went off.
Should be maxed out to whatever the full screen is. So I have it maxed out full screen with 4K res. I don't know, I feel like the cursor is just slightly too big.
There's also no 1080 option.
Oh, really?
Yeah, there's.
Oh, wait, no, I'm at 640 right now. It was 1920. It's 2K. It does go full circle with the GPU particle spawns. Oh, that would make sense. I don't know if the resolution's actually changing anything. It's 2D, so you can't really tell that well.
Yeah, I'm playing on a 1080p monitor, so it doesn't really do that much resolution anyway. So
points for shape destroyed, single bomb over 3. Oh, I think overall, the Game Devil, I think you got something good here. I think you do. Oh, it's not the right.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely one of those mindless. Just
you kind of get trapped in it.
What is not flow? Kind of flow state games.
Yeah,
you know, where you sit down and you play a bit, and then you look at the time and it's 1 hour later, and you go like, "What the hell happened?"
Mm-hmm.
It's one of those.
Also, Adam, welcome in. I forgot to say it earlier.
Oh, that's a massive increase.
The bomb's wire thingy should have a wire with fire at the tip, slowly becoming near the core. Oh, so it's like ticking down. Oh. That would make sense. That would make sense. All right. Where was I? I think, actually, I'm spending an annoying amount of time getting projectiles working properly. Oof. We just refactored all of our multiplayer here, doing the Munglo refactor.
So, yeah, so with projectiles, just use a shapecast node.
For projectiles?
Yeah. With any projectiles, you don't want to rely on the physics engine, because if you were to run the projectile quick, you would basically just start tunneling. So you might as well just run it as a proper shapecast anyway.
I didn't think about that.
If you then want to have ballistic and physics interacting projectiles, you can, but you then have to take care to make them not too fast.
Main thing I wanted to see if there's an issue with the pacing. Seems that there were bigger issues. There are bigger issues.
Yeah.
I think the pacing was pretty okay.
I think the presentation is just a little bit off, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like this, it's like you're not the zoom. You're not making use of the screen space that you have. You know, that kind of thing. Where when I go here and I'm mouse over this, then that pop-up should be on the lower side, because it's above 1/3 of the screen height, so we should pop that up underneath here, and so on. It's just, yeah. Just try to keep things on the screen and make better use of the screen space, I think, is a big thing. Like here, I have to move the upgrade tree to the far top just to be able to read the description of this one. Is there any other shapes? I haven't seen.
I didn't see any others. I think it was just triangles.
Yeah, I don't know. I can't even read. Yeah, there's another thing for you. Oh. Yeah, so I have to have these at the middle of the screen or further down to be able to read them even. But yeah, so at the very least, with the upgrades that you show on screen, I would definitely want to be able to at least read the name of them. Okay. Only one shape. Yeah, so what I would like to see is an upgrade path that increase the different shapes and maybe have combination stuff. So if you combine a triangle with a circle, if you hit both with the same bomb, you get an instant reload. Stuff like that would be fun. Again, there's so many mechanics you can apply to any kind of game, so yeah, it kind of would be synergies, but that allows you to get the player into the whole oh, I'm not just sitting here looking for the optimum amount of shapes to blow up, but I also want to keep an eye out for specific combinations. Yeah. Yeah, it's definitely not needed to find the pacing and so on of the game, but it's definitely a path that you can take in the future to allow more variation of the gameplay. But I think I need to dip out.
I do as well. I am starving. Absolutely starving. But thank you, Munglo, so much for the...
Oh, I forgot. I was wondering why it didn't close. It's a web game.
Thank you for all the help, though. I appreciate it.
No worries. So, as a feedback thing for this, Covino, is do you think... I've been thinking about how this would maybe be a topic for like a YouTube video of not so much, exposing the code because it's C#, but just as a fundamental of how you can organize this code for multiplayer to make the high-level multiplayer stuff in Godot work for you.
That would make sense.
Because describing the pattern, if you want to call it like that, if that would be something maybe worth putting some time into.
I think it would be. But I think the number one thing is you gotta have the proof it works on like a released game. I think that would be a big point.
Yeah, I don't know. It's not so much about proving it works, I think, because it's how to twist your brain into multiplayer mode and how you can get it to work without getting completely bogged down in just layering RPC on RPC on RPC and stuff like that. Like
Mhm.
trying to get out on the other side and understanding how you could, if you wanted to, put some of the things over there, and then it just works. Oh, speaking of which, the Uta, I should make a push of that. But the Uta project is also up on on a public repo on GitHub. But again, it's C#, so all the Godot community goes like, "Oh no, I can't use that."
All right.
But
I need to call it.
yeah.
I am so hungry. So hungry.
Yeah, how does it work with raids? We don't get collected.
No, so we both have to raid individually.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm gonna be raiding out to Ogma, because Ogma's working on D2 Jam, and I haven't seen her actually do game dev before, so I thought it'd be interesting. Yeah.
I don't know who that is.
Ogma, great person. Great person. Alrighty, folks. I'll catch all of you tomorrow, where we're gonna actually implement this stuff in. Thank you again to Munglo. If you're not following Munglo for some reason, I mean, I don't know why you're not.
Why you would?
I don't know why you would follow him. Just don't.
Yeah, I don't know. That's just how my brain works. If you haven't noticed.
But spam the emotes if you got them. Otherwise, raid message for Ogma. This is gonna sound wild. Hear me out though. It's gonna be nice balls, because she's working on a game with balls.
Oh, that's always good.
Yes,
that's the favorite thing to do.
Yes, absolutely, absolutely. All right. I'm gonna end the stream together here. Have a good one.
Yeah. Yeah, same. Good night.
See ya. There we go. That ended. And then raid out. Boop. Did it work? Yes. There we go.
Oh, they're all popping and shit.
There we go.